Lucia?
Yeah, man. You blessed?
Yeah, everything blessed. Yeah, audio is there, but you just have to put on.
You give the 11s already?
1, 2. 1, 1, 2. Yeah.
You on?
The umpires are out and Eldridge not there, you know.
Eldridge! Eldridge! Eldridge!
You have his number? Call him.
He didn't answer yesterday. Man joking, man.
Yeah.
Yo, you saw nothing the 11? You start anything? Can buy us off first right now. You what?
Lucia for me.
I'm gonna have to start.
Mike. Boy, every time we come in and start that Mike doing that same shit. You know, I checked it a while ago. I literally checked it a while ago before. I checked it a while ago before. Look fine and then now doing it again. Yeah, man.
Mic check 1, 2.
Just now. Every time the match about to start, I just doing that shit. I literally tried it a while ago. Yeah. Let it on. Let's get a little mic. No, the other one, the one I got.
Them there.
Stop. Test it out.
Mic check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Good.
Alright, good morning and welcome to the encounter.
Go on me here, Jay.
Super 15.
You go on me here.
Fresh for the right feast yesterday. I'm in the Phillip Park. This was back in Paradise Situation.
I'm trying to slide you in maybe.
By St. Vincent. At it again. In the back of the St. Lucia versus St. Vincent. Both teams undefeated thus far. So Lucia enjoying a victory against Grenada and Barry Sunny. Georgia people in Australia. St. Vincent would feel that this is the second hope of the seed to be big battle efforts at this ground. It's going to be Sean Edward to start proceedings. Enjoy what's St. Vincent. The bat first. This is Sean Edward. Yesterday. Very impressive at the back. Score 32 from number 11. right up. Respect. They were impressive yesterday.
One.
Try that.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Come down here. Try butt fucking man. Try good medicine.
It's 107.
This one will test the pace of the outfield. So with feeling Tyreek Edward back to point. It's one of those drives that I was speaking about. Both these chats. Just caressing that one. I tried calling from one of the strongest feelers. Hit the deck. What's an appreciable moment on the scene? Angle towards the corner. Square up in this occasion. And maintain that traditional side-on position.
You go there?
Yeah, wait. Try put medicine up.
Donald not from the list of good. I was trying to get another. Donald not good. Need to win. No, I in the program. Donald, I don't type his name. I was not typing his name, but it was. Yeah, but Donald not there, that's why I tell you. Donald not there. Remember,
But in the combos,
yes, only not there, that's why I tell you.
Dexter Sola.
You know, I'm not going to tell you.
Good morning and welcome to you, Dexter.
Vincent, one thing that we want to do is the opening partnership yesterday did not get off to the best of starts. It's Lucia with Gaston coming from Windward. We need to continue the good work that we did yesterday.
minutes. Something played
Hey,
by the Hawkins franchise. In the last over that Sam got the attention of the
Chris
selectors.
on, Chris on, Chris on, Chris on.
Some movement on offer, but requires control. So yes, Dexter.
Yes, yes.
Gaston did take a 5-wicket haul for St. Lucia in the last tournament where he really caught the attention of the selectors and he was rewarded.
Yeah, Keon has been a very impressive young bowler in his short career so far, and he will look to continue the good work that he has done so far.
Gaston. Oh my goodness me. That is beautiful. Truly exceptional from Keon Gaston. Dexter, you called it. You're looking to continue from where he left off yesterday. Good wicket taking form, possibly celebrating his call up to the CPL franchise, St. Lucia Kings.
A very good delivery there from Keon. Pitched up, looking for any swing on offer. And the bat on that occasion, not able to contend with that one, getting bowled leg stump out of the ground. Very good delivery there from Keon.
My. That was a beautiful one. And it's just what you'd want to do as a new ball bowler. Get that ball moving back into the left-handed batter. And Gibson to get the delivery like that so early on in your innings. Whew. But quality from Gaston. He has shown the ability to move the ball both ways. And from Gibson's point of view, that head certainly fell over to the offside. That right foot never moved across to the ball. Was possibly undone by the pace and definitely the movement for sure, as that one curled back into him. Truly a beauty. First wicket down for St. Vincent. Gibson did look impressive yesterday, but this is a new day. And the new batter in, Desmond Maloney. Yes, so Desmond Maloney looked good at the start of his innings, but he would have felt that he gave away a good start, trying to be too aggressive against Gillan Tyson. You would have seen other batters cash in, player with significant first-class experience. Maloney has done well for St. Vincent over the years. Certainly have the technical tools to combat what's on offer from Gaston. There's Gaston with his tail up. Oh, yes, good gas.
Yeah, very good opening over so far from Keon Gaston. Getting some good pitches out of the wicket and also getting some swing. Like we saw the way that he took that first wicket, swinging the ball into the left-hander. On that occasion, swinging that delivery away from Desmond Maloney. Really testing stuff out there from Keon. Again, we see that St. Vincent losing another early wicket. But today we would hope that they could consolidate a lot quicker.
Yes. Another good delivery in that corridor of uncertainty. Still early days. You can recall, Dexter, that yesterday St. Vincent were actually 30 for 3. And from that position, struggle to amass a monumental total of in excess of 400, I should say. 405. There's a lot of depth and pedigree in this batting. There's Gaston. Just getting that ball to move appreciably. But Maloney presents the full face, which is what is required when the ball is moving like that.
So far, so good from Desmond Maloney, showing that he is equipped to deal with what Keon is throwing at him at the moment. But so far, Keon and the St. Lucian team would be very pleased with where they are so far. They're not giving away any loose deliveries, no extras, and they're really testing the batsmen out in the middle right so far.
Yes. Quick on the single. The drop and run. Maloney gets himself off the mark. Just dropped the hands. Played it softly. And his partner Walters alive to the opportunity for the single. And when there is this sort of pressure from the bowling, it's always good when the batters can rotate strike.
Yes, that's correct. When the opening bowlers, the way they've started for St. Lucia, the St. Vincent batters, they need to find all the opportunities they could possibly get to keep the scoreboard ticking. And one way in doing so is to get those singles that are on offer at the moment. So well done to Desmond Maloney on that occasion.
Yes, but Shawnee led one. So opted to go round the wicket for the right-handed Maloney. Edward. Ooh la la, yes. It's always exciting when you see fast bowling like that. The ball moving around. There's pace, there's bounce in the surface. It makes for good viewership.
Yeah, very good lifting delivery there from Shawnee to Desmond Maloney. Very, very good delivery lifting. The batter handled it pretty well in the end.
Edward. This one is hooping back in. There is good movement. They're appealing. Whoa. You saw that ball just curling back into Maloney. But umpire McVeigh, unmoved, possibly felt that that one was doing too much. What did you make of it, Dexter?
Yeah, that ball pitched up and swinging back into Desmond Maloney's hair. And with the angle with the left arm pace bowler coming around the wicket, I think everything seemed to have just been moving a bit too much down the leg side.
Yes. Good eye, Dexter. So Maloney shaping up to pull that one. Could only get it down to final leg for the single. I mean, typically, Dexter, you'd see the left arm fast bowlers operate from over the wicket and try to move the ball back in from there. What do you make of Edwards coming around the wicket to the right hander?
Yeah, so far it's an interesting decision from Shawnee to the right-handed batter because he's actually getting the ball to swing early on this morning, and he would like to bowl over the wicket and get that one swinging back into any gap that may be there from the right-handed batter. But so far he's opted to go over the wicket to the left-hander and around the wicket to the right-hander, to the left-hander, sorry.
This one short and wide. An opportunity for a catch. And Tariq Edward, definitely the man you would want underneath that ball. And Dexter, this is a carbon copy of the way that Walters was dismissed yesterday. A short, wide delivery, jumping, trying to uppercut. The ball just stays in the pitch early on. He skies it, and he gets caught again.
Yeah, Walters would be very disappointed in that shot delivery from Sean Hill outside the off stump. He had all the time to get back and cut that one for the offside. Looked like he tried to do sort of an uppercut, not getting enough bat on it. And a very good running catch there from Tariq Edward. Again, St. Vincent have lost a second wicket inside the power play. The openers have really not spent enough time out in the middle, exposing the middle order. But having said that, is that middle order who did the bulk of the work for them in the last game. So they would still be confident that they could pose a challenge in total today.
Yes, but I think that as Walters walks back to the dugout, conversations would need to be had with the coaching staff. Surely they would be telling him that it's time to put that shot in the locker and throw away the key, because on this blissful batting paradise, you just want to get yourself in and just spend some time, make the investment of time but on two occasions he's just given away his wicket.
One thing I would say, Jamal, is that as an opening batter, sometimes you don't want to get bogged down. So when you get those loose deliveries, you want to put them away. But what I would say is that execution has failed the batter on that occasion. It was a loose delivery, shot outside the off stump, but just the execution on that occasion was not good enough.
Yes, for sure. Would have maybe benefited from maybe remaining in that stationary position, having a stable base. But it's Sunil Ambrose, one of the stars in yesterday's proceedings. Took his time yesterday to get into his work. And once the beautiful sunshine had baked the pitch, it really presented a delicacy to him and really enjoyed the delights on offer. And filled some delightful strokes. This one neatly turned away. St. Lucian's very chirpy in the field, Dexter.
Yes, the chants from the St. Lucian fielders at the moment very deafening. They're very vocal, and they have good reason to be. As St. Vincent, they've reduced St. Vincent to 6 runs for 2 wickets in over number 3. So St. Lucia would be buoyed by the position they're in at this point in time. St. Vincent, they would be looking to the experience of the two out in the middle, Desmond Maloney and Sunil Ambrose, to first of all combat the swing that we've seen from the opening bowlers from St. Lucia, and then kick on from there.
Yes, so here's key on Gaston. After delivering that beauty to Gibson in that last over, flattening the leg stump. Two slips. A wait. Gaston. White signaled. Empire George. But again, Dexter, albeit this one was wide. Did you see that movement?
Yeah, Keon showing what he has in his locker. Generally, he has been swinging the ball away from the right-handed batters. But on this occasion, showing his variety, getting that one to swing back in, just getting the line wrong on that occasion.
So the Vincentian batters would have to be very watchful. It's Gaston. There's a half appeal. Yokeling delivery. And from what we saw from Gaston last year, there's definitely a step up in pace.
Yeah, he looks to be a yard quicker. But what has been very good about him is his control. Even in trying to swing the ball away from the batters and into the batters, he has a very good yorker, and he's a lot quicker than you think when he decides to go short at the batsman.
Good move. Remember, well played by Maloney. So we do have some good cricketers on show. Two batters with first class experience. Both of them with first class centuries. It's Ambrose on strike. Both of them with first class centuries. A young man on the rise. Remember describing him as a real jewel in Windward's cricket when he was unleashed at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. Picked up a 5-wicket haul in first class cricket. This one is edged by Ambrose. He would describe that as him just opening the face. Gets the single down to third man. So yes, Gaston took that 5-wicket haul in first class cricket.
Yeah, a very good career so far. Well, very good start to his career, I would say, so far. And he has a long way to go, and the trajectory that he's on, we could only hope for good things from him.
Yes, the ceiling for this young man is very high. He's driving nicely. Opportunity for two. Yes. Looks to be Don and Edward. And Don and Edward does not really appear on the list on your monitor. But Don and Edward coming in for his first game of the tournament. We'll have more on him later. But for now, wonderful contest between bat and ball. Three first-class players duking it out. Loney's driving, playing late, as is required once the ball is moving like that.
One thing I'd like to point out is after the third delivery in this over, there was a change in the field, and we've seen that the ball has been swinging away from the right-handed batters. But the captain on that occasion is opted for a deep backward square, and he's removed his first slip into a mid-wicket region. Not sure if now that the ball is probably not swinging as much as it was earlier.
Oh my goodness, that plan almost worked. The plan almost worked. So definitely Dexter, Kimani Meli is a first-class player himself. All of these men in the Windward setup. There will certainly be some information.
Surely, because I thought that maybe that move may have been an over or two too early, but on that occasion we see that the ball on that occasion dropping just short of the fielder would just move into the circle at fine leg.
Yes, so remember Gaston is moving the ball both ways. So Melius is type of captain that likes to keep opposition batters guessing. Former West Indies under 19 captain, captain of the Windward Islands as well. His record as a captain in first class cricket is also very impressive. Melius. There's the impressive Shawnee Edwards. Moves wide.
Shonell in the last game was guilty of a few wide deliveries down the leg side to the right-handed batters from over the wicket. I'm wondering if this is the reason he's opted to go around the wicket today. But he seems to be getting that ball to move into the right-handed batters quite a bit as he comes in to bowl to Ambrose. It's very good delivery. This is tap. Sorry, Maloney on strike. Sorry. Yeah, so in the last game, he seemed to be struggling to control that delivery, swinging back into the right-handed batters from over the wicket. And today we see he's made that change to come around the wicket.
So he's saying that the coaches have been doing the work and some plans being constructed in the evenings. Players are coming out with new ways of doing things the next day.
That occasion trying a bit too hard. This one was short and into the wicket. Wide down the leg side, takes the score up to 18 for 2. We're into over number 5 here at the Phillip Park. St. Lucia versus St. Vincent in the Windward Super 50 competition. Really would like to see Sean pitch that ball up a bit more to the right-handed batters.
McVeigh decides that this one is a wide. Captain Melius just providing instruction to his bowler. I mean, the plan could work, Dexter. I think that your observation was a good one. That it is possible that he's coming around the wicket to the right-hander too. maybe negate all of those wides that he was delivering yesterday. But I think he should be thinking about wickets with the new ball. And I think that he might be better served going over the wicket. Umpire McVeigh not deciding that this one was a wide. But I feel that he would be better served Dexter. If he comes from over the wicket, moves as close to the umpire as possible, aims for that off stump or fourth stump line, and if that ball moves back, it is good. If it holds its line, it might be even better.
Ideally, that's what we would love to see, but obviously they opted for a different strategy here. I would just like to see him pitch that ball up a little bit more. So far, it's been too short. As I said that, another short delivery outside the off stump, and that one spunked through the cover region for 4. Takes the score up to 23 for 2. 3 balls into over number 5. And surely on that occasion, we see Shawnee again. Too short to the batter. There's run. And on this occasion, he was able to execute and spunk him through the cover region. 4 runs added to the total.
Beautiful shot there by Maloney, just crunching this one for the offside. And there's some sloppy fielding by the St. Lucians. This allows this one to go through him there, Keon Gaston. Unusual suspect. We saw a lot of bad fielding in the game yesterday from both the teams who played here, St. Vincent and Dominica. A lot of drop catches, a lot of balls going through the legs of fielders, hoping that we see an improvement in this game. This one is again moving down the leg side. Go for the single. It's the keeper Noel Leo, unable to come across and stop this one.
So far in this over, the decision to go around the wicket has not worked. He's gone wide, dot, wide, dot, 4-1. One leg by 8 down the leg side. So it's a very challenging line for Shawnee at the moment, and he is struggling to control. Gets it right on this occasion. That's what he's been searching for all over. Gets it right on the final delivery. 9 ball over, and the score is 25 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yes, the young man in his debut season at the senior level. His debut yesterday, first game. Having a bit of early struggles, but he has had early success. Picked up that wicket of Walters. Just feel that he might be better served bowling over the wicket and pitching that ball up a bit more. But Gaston has shown some excellent control. Really benefited from his time in the Windward camp. There is the edge. Oh, this one, it seemed to have been part of the plan. But Ambrose gets this one between the keeper and the short fine leg. Or could you even call that field a leg slip? But it's 4 runs to Desmond Maloney.
That was one of the fielders who handled Keon's previous over into a short fine leg region that occasion. After getting a knot on it away from the keeper and the shot.
So good test. Gaston moving the ball both ways, challenging both edges of the bat. So Lucia has placed one of the sharpest fielders, Tariq Edward, a crucial position. He should be a bit closer for my liking if that's part of the plan. We've seen it happen on 2 occasions already.
Yeah, two occasions. It's not the ball going in between the keeper and the keeper. As keeper comes in, so it's a very good delivery outside the box. Hey, Luis from the batter. Score remains at 29 for 2. Vincent over number 6. Lucia and Vincent continue to battle. You see that generally here is trying to get that ball. The right-hand batters trying to get them playing. So far, St. Vincent batters, they're building a nice partnership. Desmond Mahoney, Ambrose, very good well negotiated by the batter. Desmond Mahoney, he is 10 of 16 Switzerland is 6 of 9. Been watchful. Solution was they have been very good so far. Gaston is interesting. He has one wicket. Sean going from the other end. He has scored 3 overs. Picked up a wicket for 13 runs.
Yes, sir. It's Gaston. Wonderful drive by Ambrose. This one well challenged. Sluggish outfield and well timed by Ambrose. To play that sort of shot, you need to be in good form, well balanced at the crease, and in a good position. Excellently played by Sunil Ambrose.
Good form is definitely not a question when if you're on the striking zone. It's an excellent form at the moment. This well timed all the way to the boundary for the team that lead on that feel the score goes up 3-4-2 as Ambrose continues to battle against Kian as he comes in.
He's driving straight this time. Shadrach Descott comes across, prevents the single. So these two first-class batters showing that they're equal to the task. After 6 overs, the score 43 for 2. Recovery effort definitely needed. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, they've lost 2 early wickets. Similar position yesterday. They were 30 for 3. But they will always remember that from that position of struggle, they were still able to stitch together partnerships of note. And in the final analysis, monumental target 4-5. And the sun out in all its brilliance, just soaking up that moisture. Leon, here's Edward, continues from around the wicket. This one again, angles into the pads and just tucked away. Just don't feel that he has much going for him at this time, operating from this angle. Yeah, so bit of discussion. Captain and vice captain have posted themselves very close to the bowler. Shadrach Descott as well. 3 senior men on the St. Lucia team.
Morning, Gigi.
Close proximity to the bowler to just provide that guidance. But interestingly enough, Dexter, here's McKenny Clark being removed from the cordon. Let's just see what happens there with Melius. Yes, third man comes up into the circle. Mid on, drops back to long on. And then the delivery down the leg side. So just feel that if Edward Edward cannot get things right in this over. I just feel that we may see a change.
Surely, Shonil has struggled with his line from around the wicket to the right-handed batters so far. He's bowled 3.1 overs so far. As it comes in. Good single there by the Vincent batters, pair of Desmond Maloney and Sunil Ambrose. Score moves up to 36 for 2. We're inside over number 7. And as we were alluding to, Shonil has taken up that around the wicket plan to the right-handed batters. There's no longer any slip fielders position. But generally, he's gotten the ball to move into the right-handed batters. But even with that, we've seen a lot of wides down the leg side. That occasion, he gets it right. This one looks like it held up in the wicket. Very good delivery from Shonil on this occasion.
I mean, we're not saying that this plan of attack cannot or would not work. It's just that in this beautiful game that we love, there are proven, tried, tested things that have worked over the years, that have become common knowledge. And you see that the international level play out so well. Early on in the innings, you see left-arm bowlers like Mitchell Stark, Sean digging one in short, they're rushing Desmond Maloney, and he gets the top edge, and this one balloons over the keeper, goes into the boundary for 4. So a fortuitous boundary for Desmond Maloney.
Very good result for St. Vincent as the score goes up to 44-2. We see Shonil with the surprise delivery, a short one, perhaps surprising the batsman a bit, and he was not in control of that shot at all. Nonetheless, he adds 4 to his total as he moves to 15. He's been at the wicket for some 19 deliveries so far. Shonil continues to do battle. He has figures of 3.4 overs, 1 for 20. As he comes in to Desmond Maloney, again, outside the off stump. No shot offered by the batter. Shonil, a young man, he continues to test the St. Vincent pair out in the middle. We've been alluding to the fact that he's chosen to go around the wicket. We've seen that he has been guilty of bowling a few wides down the leg side, but he could only get better from it. As he comes in to bowl to Maloney, this occasion, full delivery, driven in the air. Good stop by the man there at mid-on, and the score remains on 40-2.
So good acrobatic fielding from Akeem Ogist. Yes, so again, Shonil is another bowler that we can say that the ceiling for his growth and development is very high. Good height, good pace. You just saw him rush Desmond Maloney. First class batter with good experience, century at the first class level and many half centuries, and he's hustling him. You've seen that he can move the ball. So all the ingredients are there in the Shonil Edward. And this is what you want to see in a tournament like this. It's a short tournament, but you just look keenly, regardless of whichever team ends up putting both hands on the trophy. You want to expose your cricketers to a high level of competitive cricket. And it's good to see as Lucia have unleashed Sean Edward. The fielding thus far has been very good. Don and Edward, another very sharp fielder. Gaston has bowled well. Remember Dexter, he also played in the Breakout League. Keon Gaston. So one that the West Indies selectors would definitely be keeping a keen eye on. Gaston pitching up again. So played the breakout league, did well, and we got the news that he will be a part of the CPL this year.
Yeah, Keon, young, a young man who continues to impress everywhere that he has been selected to play, and he has done himself no harm with the performances that he has been putting in so far.
Slight adjustment to the field as Melius positions himself quite straight. Ambrose just breaking the wrist to get that single into the leg side. Ambrose takes his tally up to 12, score 41 for 2. Gaston has maintained his discipline. Overcast conditions. Right here, them in the Phillip Park. It's Gaston. He's digging one in. Maloney was thinking about playing the pull shot, opted to pull out at the last moment.
Very good delivery there from Keon. This one looked to be one that he put in a lot more effort in. Short delivery rising on the batter. In the end, I think he chose the right option not to play at that one. And the score remains on 41 for 2.
Gaston. Yes, that is beautiful. Maloney being dragged across the crease by the movement. One question, Dexter. Do you think that the solutions are missing a trick by not employing that second slip or even a gully?
Probably the assessment from the captain and the bowler out there is that the ball is probably not doing as much as it was doing early on. But we see Keon thinking, because the previous delivery he pushed the batsman back with a effort short delivery, and the follow-up delivery was pitched up to him. A little bit of movement, and the batter was stuck on his crease.
Gaston, but Dexter, when you see quality bowling like this, surely you should be thinking of two slips and a gully. Sure.
I think he would probably be walking over to the captain now and whispering in his ear, "Surely, Skip, I need two right now." Because that delivery, again, the final delivery of his fifth over, moving away from the batter, a play and a miss, going past the edge. Very good delivery from Keon.
All these solution was settling businesses related at the Barons and yesterday. But the information that they were received looked in that Ambrose would have been one of the main men in yesterday's proceedings. So surely they would want to give themselves every opportunity very early on to dismiss Ambrose. The last thing they would want before that ball from John Gaston to be edged at second slip, gully position, and all hands will be on it.
Chanel continues the battle for the solutions. This one short of a length. And Ambrose right now looks a lot more confident, punching that one off the back foot. Good timing, straight to the fielder, no run. But you could sense that he's starting to become, or he's starting to grow in confidence now that he's faced some 16 deliveries. So clearly the St. Lucians will be looking for any opportunity to dislodge him.
In a long time since Sean has assisted with his handles. I don't think there'd be any harm in switching over the weekend. Because this one, fine line. So this is what keeps happening. Ambrose is overlooking steps to get that movement back in. Sonny has not shown the ability at this time to get the ball moving in the other direction. So this feels very comfortable. The ball coming back into him, and there's no trouble at all.
One thing I see that we saw that Chanel has tried is the surprise short delivery to the batter. I've not seen him try it to Sunil, but to Desran he's tried the surprise short delivery and then the full delivery to try to go full and straight at the stumps. But he's not tried that option with Sunil at the moment. Maybe it's something that he could be looking to do before he closes out this over, as currently he has been generally full at the batsman. As he comes in to bowl his fourth delivery inside his fifth over. This one is punched into the offside and a quick single there by the Vincent batters. Very good single. Takes the score up to 42 for 2. Shawneel has been a lot tighter in this over, showing a lot more control. We've not seen that wide delivery down the leg side that he's been guilty of. So very good of him to correct that line in this over so far. And would hope that he could close out the over with 2 more deliveries to go.
Test him out again.
So he does fancy himself a bit pull of the ball.
Shawneel decides to go over the wicket this time. Just losing the plot a bit. This one goes down the leg side. Just think that he needs to bowl a bit closer to the stumps.
Yeah, something that he really needs to work on as he continues in his career. And we see that he's pulled one ball over the wicket, got it badly lined, wide down the leg side, but he's now gone around the wicket to try to close out the over. Very good full delivery, swinging back into the batsman. He was able to negotiate that one well. The score remains on 44 for 2. So we're seeing that Shawneel, he is thinking, he is working, he's not gotten it right all the time, but when he has, it's been a challenge for the batsman.
No disagreements about that. Bowl decently. There's a good one. This one holding its line. Shawneel Edward has completed 5 overs. Decent returns. Picked up 1 wicket for 23. He's made a good contribution. 9 overs have gone, 44 for 2. Just wonder who will be the first change bowler. Certainly at this time, Captain Melius will be thinking about it. Gaston has bowled excellently. Edward has done a good job. But these men are quite skilled at the back end of an innings as well. So we certainly want to manage his resources well today. So yesterday that Ejidni Libox had a good spell. Picked up 3 wickets. Shadrach Descat is also in the bowling ranks. Picked up 2 wickets. So plenty of options for Melius to turn to. But Ambrose and Maloney would see it as they were making that investment of time, as we've coined it. Time at the wicket vital. This is a batting paradise. When the sun bakes this pitch, there's Gaston. It shortens the length. Keon Gaston has done the business for St. Lucia once again. Ambrose was very comfortable getting onto that front foot. Keen-eyed Gaston just digging this one in short. Surprised him a bit. Played across the movement of the ball. Got the top edge. And a simple catch presented to Keon Gaston, who picks up his second wicket of the innings.
Yeah, and we see that has been coming. Keon has been thinking. In the previous over, he went past the edge twice to finish up the over. And we've seen that, like I said earlier, he's a lot quicker with his surprise delivery that is shot at the batsman. And on that occasion, getting that ball to lift and surprise Sunil Ambrose. A good wicket for St. Lucia. Good wicket for Keon.
It's one first-class player dismisses another. Talisman of the batting lineup is gone. St. Vincent's most destructive batter over the years. Ambrose has to take that walk back to the pavilion. And what a difference a day makes after dominating proceedings yesterday for a magnificent century. Has to walk back for a low score. But that is in the past now, and Kieran Kotoy comes to the wicket. Kotoy, who did raise his bat yesterday, did have reasonable success, got 52. He's a first-class player as well. Did compete for the Windward Volcanoes early on in the season. I suppose there's significant experience. Has the tools to combat the quality of Gaston. And St. Vincent would be in need of a repair job from the two senior batters, Kotoy and Maloney. But isn't Gaston bowling well?
Yes, so far, St. Lucia would be pleased with the way. So far, St. Lucia would be pleased with the way that Keon has gone about his bowling today, as he comes in to Kotoy to face his first delivery. This one again. Keon seems to be getting that ball to really skid onto the batters. He's bowled some 4.2 overs. He's picked up two vital wickets for St. Lucia. He's only gone for 20 runs. And the two right-handers who were previously at the wicket, now we see Kotoy coming in, a left-handed batter. So the bowler Keon and the captain St. Lucians would now need to remember what they did so well to the two left-handed openers. Keon continues. This one looks to be moving away from the left-hander. He continues to show all his tricks, all his variations, moving the ball into the left-hander, away from the left-hander, and surprising them with the short delivery like he did to Sunil Ambrose.
Yes, and the St. Lucians would have done the homework. Would understand that the bulk of the runs for St. Vincent yesterday came with short delivery from Gaston. The bulk of the runs for the SVG team came against the spinners. They would have realized that possibly Dominica were fast bowler short. But looking at the lineup for St. Lucia today, have Gaston and Shawnee Edward, McKenny Clark to bowl, as well as Shadrach Deska. So 4 fast bowlers in the team. Fast bowlers kept things quiet. early on yesterday. Gaston shifted his angle. Was around the wicket. This one headed down the leg side. It's down to fine leg. The umpire signals leg by. So Cotoy not yet off the mark. Maloney still out there battling it out for St. Vincent. 15 of 26. They would be hoping that this will be the last delivery in the spell for Gaston because it's really causing some trouble.
Gaston has bowled really well so far. We would be tempted in this situation to give him another and continue to give him another one because he's doing all the damage so far for the St. Lucian team. As he looks to close out this over, there's Maloney on strike. Again, another short delivery. Well negotiated by Maloney. Score remains on 45 for 3. 10 overs have been bowled here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. At the wicket for St. Vincent, we have Desmond Maloney. He is 15 of 27 deliveries. And Kieron Kotoy, who is yet to get off the mark. For St. Lucia so far, the opening bowlers, they've bowled really well. Keon Gaston, 5 overs, 2 for 20. And Shawnil Edward, he's picked up 1 wicket in his 5 overs as well. What has impressed me so far about the bowling pair is that they have been thinking. They've not been one-way traffic. They've tried the ball that's leaving the batters. They've tried to swing the ball both ways. And they've also used the short ball to good effect so far. St. Vincent yesterday, they would have lost 3 early wickets as well. And the bulk of their run scoring came from that middle order, batters batting at number 4, 5, and 6. So they would not be panicking as we see the first bowling change for St. Lucia. It will be Donnan Edward replacing Shawnil Edward.
It's a bit of a surprise to me to see the spin being introduced so early, especially the leg spin of Donnan Edward to Kieron Kotoy, the left-hander from this end. The Pacers had been doing so magnificently for St. Lucia. But again, could be a testament to the quality of Edward to be brought on at this time. One fielder posted deep on the leg side, deep mid-wicket. Smashes this one out to long on. Kieron Kotoy, very proficient at dealing with the spinners. So yesterday that he took a real liking to the offerings of Kamal Hamilton. Few balls rattling into the fence and few on top of the roof. Edward to Maloney. Oh! This one punched down the pitch by Donnan Edward. So to start with, not being very loopy, Edward driving that ball into the surface. You tend to see that from leg spinners at the start of the spell. Just trying to get into the work. Here's Kotoy. Just as we saw yesterday, just getting that one knee down, whipping this one away over the leg side. We had mentioned that there was just one fielder posted deep, so there's acreage of vacancy out there on the leg side with the ball spinning back into Kotoy. Very good shot.
Yeah, productive shot that there from Kotoy, and he moves to 5. The score 51 for 3. Just before that delivery was bowled, we could hear Captain Kimani saying, I'm backing you, boy, I'm backing you, boy. And you did mention, Jamal, about some concern as to why this is the end that Donnan is bowling from. As he bowled this one, is neatly worked into the dip back with square region for one. As I was saying, Jamal, like you did mention that some concern as to why this is the end he would be bowling from to the left-handed batter. Surely Captain Kimani has fifth in Donan to prize out that wicket.
Here's Edward. This one is short and crunched out to the field at deep cover. Yes, I did express some concern. I mean, the solution should have the benefit of the local knowledge. And at the better end for Edward would have been the river end. It's not to say that he can't pick up a lot of wickets from this end. He does have the quality. That's why he's being brought on at this time. But surely you'd want to give him the best conditions. You want to introduce him at the best time. But nonetheless, spinners tend to benefit from an early bowl. And the St. Lucians would be hoping that for their sake, this would be a good thing. As we see another bowling change from the river end. Looks to be McKenny Clark. And Dexter, you were observing that game yesterday. Can you tell us a bit about McKenny Clark?
Yesterday, McKenny did not have the best of spells. He was quite expensive in the overs that he bowled yesterday. We saw a few no balls being served up. So today, new venue, new wicket. He would be hoping to correct what he did. He didn't do so well yesterday and get in among the wickets as he comes in to Maloney. This one is well lined outside the off stump. The score remains on 53 for 3 at the start of over number 12. And we saw that in the previous over with the spinner being introduced, that immediately Kieran Kotai looked a lot more positive, tried to take on the matchup. As McKenny continues to Maloney. Yeah, and in the previous over, the first over of spin, we saw that Kieran Kotoy really looked to take advantage of the matchup with the leg spinner bowling to him. And he took him for 8 runs in that over. And St. Vincent would be hoping that these two could continue to bat for a long time. As McKenny comes in, this one is wide outside the off stump. Good tick by keeper Leo. The score 54 for 3 inside over number 12.
Yes, there's a lot to like about McKenny Clark, albeit he didn't have the best of starts to his tournament yesterday. By reputation, should be the fastest bowler and show in this tournament. It's Clark. Suppose a good delivery. We're only beaten outside the off. I'm looking for that expansive drive. But at McKenny Clark, so a player who was in that breakout league, a member of the West Indies Academy. So the West Indies team has made that investment in this young fast bowler. So former member of the West Indies and the 19 team. After going past the bat, Captain Melius just employing to be a second slip. It's Clark. Oh yes, this is very pacey from Clark. You can remember that he had some of our international players hopping around. Dexter, can you remember that spell that McKenny Clark had to Brandon King?
Yeah, McKenny Surely one known to crank up the pace when required. Tall, lanky bowler. Very gentle run up. But he kicks on, and this one is driven through the offside all along the ground for 4 runs by Maloney. His delivery pitched up by McKenny, and the batsman getting forward and driving that one all along the ground. 4 runs added to the score. Very good shot by Maloney. He's been in for some time doing battle for St. Vincent, and they would expect that he can continue as he looks a lot more comfortable at the crease now. McKenny continues. This one, he drags the length back. That one is guided down to the third man region. Cross through for 1. Maloney continues the battle for St. Vincent, and he has looked to be growing in confidence. He has been out there for some time. Kieran Kotai, this would be his first delivery facing up to McKenny Clark. Comes in around the wicket to the left hander. This one is driven out to the sweeper on the offside. 1 run added to the score. The score now reads 60 for 3 after 12 overs. Desmond Maloney, he is 22 of 34 deliveries. And Kieran Kotor, he's 7 of 9. The batsmen who have been dismissed: Jael Walters for 2, Ethan Gibson without scoring. Gaston, we saw 1 over from Donovan. Another big change as Donovan Edwards is replaced. Tariq Edwards.
Thank you, Dexter. And also have one change in the box. So, Joe. This is Dexter. Joe's seen some very good cricket this morning. As we see Tariq Edward about to start off his spell into the pitch. See a hint of turn right away. So Don and Edward just given that 1 over and taken off the attack.
Good morning, listeners and viewers all around the world. And St. Lucia, as you know, they won yesterday at the Darren Semi cricket grounds against Grenada, and today they have been playing very good cricket, and they want to continue on their winning ways.
So Captain Melius opting for the off spin. Oh yes, there is some spin on offer for sure. So Tariq Edward, just to inform our viewers and listeners around the world, Tariq Edward, a former member of the West Indies under 19 team, did play in the World Cup. That was captained by Pascal. Young player with a bright future in Windward cricket for sure. Known as a gun fielder in St. Lucia. Yesterday got into the 30s with the bat. And able to convert his start. Decent batting ability there. Has the ball in hand now as Kotor is rocking back and just whipping this one to the leg side. Excellently played by Kieran Kotor. Very quick on his feet. This one was a marginally shot. And he gave it the treatment.
Yes, and Kotori continuing from where he left off yesterday. He had a good half century yesterday, and today he wants to continue to build a partnership with his partner. But at the moment, St. Lucia is still on top.
Edward is flighting this one. They're going for the single. Good bowling, good batting. And this is why, Joe, I was a bit surprised because we were on air yesterday and we saw how well Kotoy had played the spin and he gave some chances early on to the fast bowling. But immediately as he walked in, St. Lucia opted to bring on the slow bowling to him.
Yeah, but St. Lucia, they did not really witness the game here yesterday, so probably they did not have an idea of what really happened. So probably that's why they didn't use the pace against him. But we just have to wait and see. But the important thing is they got Ambris early this morning, and remember he scored the century yesterday. So that's a very good wicket to get because he's a very experienced player. So St. Lucia has been doing well this morning so far.
So we've seen some good cricket. St. Lucia won the toss. Some early moisture in the surface, as is to be expected of most wickets around the region early on in the morning. We've had some beautiful sunshine. We've understood and appreciated that when the sun has baked this wicket, it becomes a real batting paradise. And St. Vincent would understand that better than most. That's why preservation of wickets early on so crucial. An investment of time is paramount. And after being 30 for 3 yesterday, they would not be too perturbed being in this position.
Yeah, that's a good point. But one of the architect of that big total yesterday is back in the pavilion, as I said, so Sonny Lambris. So they will want to make further inroads into the Vincentian batting, the St. Lucia team. So we just have to wait and see. But so far, as I said, the St. Lucians, they have played very good cricket.
Yes, but Maloney has been playing a good hand. Maloney 23 off 36. And when you were on air yesterday, Joe, you informed the viewers that you remember that century that Maloney had scored right here in the tournament last year. So seems to be just laying that platform, spending time at the wicket, assessing conditions, and just keeping his eye on what the bowlers have to offer before he can truly launch an attack. We saw a spanking drive from Maloney off the fast bowling of McKenny Clark. What do you make of him?
Yes, that was a top class shot by McKenny, by Maloney of McKenny Clark. It was a gem of a shot, and so the St. Lucians, they will want to see the back of him very early. If not, they will be looking at a very big total. But it's early days yet, and we just have to wait and see.
Yes, you just need to enjoy how this game just ebbs and flows. Sometimes delivers beyond expectations. A lot of persons were thinking that when St. Vincent were 30 for 3 yesterday, that they would have struggled to maybe get to 250. And unbelievably, 400 was posted. Them being 67 for 3. Just never know what could happen and, or who could be the man to step up for either team. So many permutations and combinations. But what we can tell you for now is that Maloney is laying a good platform. He's someone who has done it for St. Vincent before, has the experience. So has Kieran Kotoy, who has looked very good against the spinners, known for taking the attack to them and for handling them quite well. And just wondering when we will see the likes of Shadrach Descott. But Joe, where we thought that maybe Edward was given that one over. As we mentioned, the benefit of local knowledge. Edward has bowled quite well bowling from the river end, so in recognition of that, he's been given the ball from there.
Yes, that's a good move by the captain. But I was just trying to ask you if Douglas has already been out.
You know, Dylan Douglas, one of the chief destroyers of the Dominican team yesterday, got 124. He's not yet walked to the crease. Rather suspect that he would be due in next. Douglas most likely been given the assignment to finish off the innings. Edward, the leg spinner, been given the ball. Promising talent. This one just stroked down the ground. Starts off this new spell on a fuller length. With 3 fielders deep on the leg side. Long on, deep mid wicket. The backward square for the left-hander. For the right-handed Maloney. Deep mid wicket, long on. Long off. Deep cover. And you know, Joe, Donald Edward was recent member of a West Indies spin camp for leg spinners. So a chance to show the region, show the world his skill.
Yes, he's a bowler I have a lot of time for when he's on song. He's a very difficult bowler to face. So let's hope that he gets his form with the ball and do well for St. Lucia.
Yes, but Cotter and Maloney will have other ideas. Oh, Joe, I even lost sight and track of that one. This one sounded like it was fired from a cannon. Yes, so Cotter definitely has come out with an attacking mindset whenever he sees the slow bowlers.
It's always good to be positive as a batsman.
Edward delivers a full toss. Just saw that it was the attempted googly in the way that he released that one. Just didn't land it in the area that he wanted. We know that leg spin bowling is one of the more difficult arts in this game. The most difficult, some would say. Sometimes find it difficult to control. Very good delivery to Desron Maloney. I think that he may prefer to bowl more of his deliveries to the right-handed Maloney as that over comes to an end and the score 70 for 3 after 14.
Not a bad over by Donald Edward. And so the St. Lucians, they continuing to bowl well. And the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batsmen, they will want to dig in deep. And they will want to do as they did yesterday. After losing 3 wickets, they will want to build a good partnership, and then at the end, they will want to capitalize and push on. But the St. Lucians will have other ideas, and they will want to make further inroads into the Vincentian batting.
So switch of ends for McKenny Clark. This one is struck back ferociously. McKenny Clark stuck out her hand, but I think that would have posed some danger to his fingers. Such was the authority with which that one was struck by Kieran Kotoy.
Yes, and McKenny Clark stretching the left and hoping for the ball to stuck, but it did not. It passed like a bullet down to the boundary for 4.
Kieran Kotoy really operating in no nonsense fashion. This one was pitched up in the slot, gave it the treatment. But here is a beauty from McKenny Clark. And this is what we've come to expect of Clark. It's not the sort of bowler that you expect to see batters hitting the ball over his head.
Yes, McKenny Clark, a good comeback delivery. I'm showing Kotoy that he still has some pace, and Kotoy was beaten all ends up.
Yes, all boundary riders set behind square. So didn't understand the reasoning for that pitched up delivery. Here he is again, tempting the drive. Not the best fielding in the circle there, but that was exquisitely timed from Kiran Kotoy. That was lovely. Something special again by the tall left-hander.
Yes, that was a textbook style shot. Everything was just perfect, and the misfield there by the fielder at mid-off, and ball going down to the boundary for 4. But Kotoy is looking very good and very dangerous this morning.
Yeah, but why is McKenny Clark insistent on pitching up the ball at this time? Certainly no swing on offer, and the way that his field is set, it's not set for these sorts of deliveries. Shortens the length, a bit more appropriate given the backward square, the fine leg, the third man, and the deep point. We haven't really seen McKenny Clark at his pacey best. Surely he would want to get one rising near the armpit, the neck, or the girdle of the helmet.
Yeah, well, McKenny has lost some of his pace over the years, but let's see what he can do today.
Pitching up again. Co-commentator Dexter Solomon informed us that Clark did not really have the best of times in the first game of the tournament against Grenada. It's expensive. So fine this over. He's pitched up the ball, driven over his head, and driven sweetly from mid-off. But when he's back pitched the ball, it's looked a different bowler. And there we see it, yes. This is what we have come to expect from McKenny Clark. When you can bowl like that, why would you be wanting to bring up balls in the slot, Joe?
Very good point, Jamal. And that last delivery was a very good one. The sharp bounce on little stump, and the batsman had to get out of the way. So, but the Vincent batsman there putting a regular action there. A little partnership is building between the two, and the St. Lucians will want to see the back of one of these batsmen in a hurry.
Yes, so change of ends for the bowlers. Stone and Edward continue. So full one wide outside the off stump, tempting Maloney into the aerial drive, but opts to drive this one all along the ground. Brings a dangerous Kiran Kotoy to strike. Kotoy going at a runner ball, 23 of 23. As we've mentioned, very proficient. Playing the spin. Acreage of space out there on the leg side. Kotoy just nudges this one into the onside. Picking up another single. So as you mentioned, Joe, the pressure being returned onto the St. Lucians.
Yes, and these two they are playing very well at the moment. And as I say, the St. Lucians will want to get a wicket as quick as possible.
The timing and the placement on this one by Desron Maloney. It's truly something to behold. Another superb shot by the experienced right-handed batter. from St. Vincent. Real pressure being applied on the St. Lucian bowler.
Lovely shot by Maloney. Has done an element ball swing once more. Outside the off stump, but he plays it straight to the man at point. No run.
So there was a plan by Edward to bowl wide outside the off stump, but just think that he would benefit from attacking the stumps instead. Just like that, he looks a much better bowler when he's hitting the pitch, looking for that spin from the stumps, instead of giving the batters that room to free the arms. Side the stumps on this occasion, and this one allowed to go by Desmond Maloney. But another over in which a boundary was conceded. After 16 overs, the score 84 for 3.
You can see the game is even Steven at the moment. But as I said, the Solutions will want to get a wicket as soon as possible because these two they are looking on trouble. They are playing very well, playing each ball on its merit. So far we are having a very good contest out in the middle between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia.
Yes, there's the battle of the Saints. St. Vincent versus St. Lucia. Always a good contest. Kenny Clark was placed under pressure in his last over. This time Courtois being asked to play off the back foot. Has looked really good when he comes out onto that front foot. Courtois, long levers. So McKinney Clark starts off the over well. Back pitching, ball rising on Courtois. Interesting to see the construction of this over. So neatly turned away, it finds the gap. Work for Descartes to do. Puts in a magnificent slide. But does he do himself some damage? Does he do himself some damage? Seems to be grimacing as the batters go through for 3. He is running, covering the face as if there's some sort of pain. Yeah, with concern being shown by Courtois. Descartes had cried in anguish when he was beyond the ropes, but put in a good effort.
Yes, putting his body on the line for his team. But it's good to see that the opposition was also caring about him there. So that's very good.
His teammates in the Windward tournament. This is a battle for national pride, but the players at the end of this tournament, the cream of the crop, will be assembled to represent the Windward's team. It's Clark. That is a beautiful delivery. The quality that we have come to expect from Kenny Clark. So while we see glimpses of that quality, we need to see it with more consistency, Joe.
I agree with you, Jamal, but that was a brute of a delivery. Pitching off stump, the batsman had to play, and the ball leaving him lit and beating the outside edge and into the gloves of wicketkeeper Noel Leo. A magnificent delivery by McKenny Clark.
Clark to Maloney. My. Joe, that was authority. There are cricket shots and there are statements. And Joe, that's a statement. Don't come into my half, Maloney says with that ferocity.
Yes, it was a badly lined delivery by McKenny Clark offered Maloney the whiff, and he spanked it over the man in the covers, the captain Melius, down to the boundary for 4. A delightful shot.
Struck with a lot of disdain. There's the response from McKinney Clark. Is that another fielder down? Is it the finger? Is it the face? Feelers just converging to show some concern. Unsure of exactly what happened there. Tyreek Edward has gotten up and seems to be okay. But there was some anticipation from Desiree Maloney. He knew that the short one was coming. The field was set for it. But Maloney was prepared to go over the backward square. But this one didn't make the intended height. Kenny Clark proving to be a bit expensive. One delivery left in his third over, has already conceded 23. Not being allowed to settle by the Vincentians. It's Clark. He goes for the slower one, but this one carved past backward point. Skillfully played by Kieran Kotoy. Got low, opened the face of the bat at the last moment to bisect that gap. Real quality on display by the Vincentian batters.
Another loose delivery there by Clark. And the batsman pounced on it and hitting it down to the boundary for four. So the Vincentian batsmen, they are really beginning to get into the work now. And the St. Lucians will have to get the breakthrough as soon as possible. If not, as I said before, they will be looking at a very big score.
Yes, and this would delight the Vincentian public, the Vincentian viewers in the chat. Batters are going well. Kotoy going at above a runner ball. Kotoy 41 of 27. Maloney 34 from 46. Scored 96 for 3. A good recovery effort. Donan Edward continues the bowling. 3 overs has gone for 17. Decent return, but he would want to add a couple of wickets to those figures. So Maloney just works this one to long on, rotate strike, picks up the single. But you just get the feeling that Kieran Kotoy just really wants to tear into Don Edward.
Yes, so probably he decided that's the bowler he will take the attack to. So let's see how it pans out.
Edward. There, oh, yeah. Very acrobatic from Don Edward. Really flung himself 90 degrees. Was off the ground, but unable to lay a hand on this one. Fair to say that Kotoy bisected the gap perfectly. A bit risky from Kotoy, looking to strike this one down the ground for the single. Donan Edward is just landing the ball in some good areas and posing some questions to the batters. He's looking good. There's a quicker one from Donan Edward, but skillfully played, almost as if Maloney had read that one from the hand. Skillfully played by Desiree Maloney. Gets another boundary.
You have been bowling so well in the over. Why try a quicker one? And he paid the price. Well played and let cut down to the boundary at Woodman for 4.
Yes, Maloney has really excelled when the ball has been presented outside of the stumps. Doesn't look as comfortable when the ball is straight on his wicket with a hint of deviation from the surface. Edward would be better advised to assess that quickly, to attack the stumps a bit more. There's a risky single. Is Cotto in trouble? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He was calling for that single, but the swift-footed Gaston moved around quite smartly, picked up with one hand, Has Cotoy sold himself down the river?
Yes, so that's a very good breakthrough for the St. Lucians because, as I said, Cotoy and Maloney, they were looking untroubled. They were looking so good out there in the middle, and I said that the St. Lucian needed a wicket, and they got it by the run-out route. But nevertheless, they are seeing the back of Cotoy.
Cotoy had called yes as soon as he struck that one, but Maloney, we heard him from here saying no. But Cotoy never really looked at his partner and realized a bit too late that Maloney wasn't coming. Turned around, almost made his ground, put out that dive in a bit of desperation, but it was not enough to defeat that throw, the accuracy from Keon Gaston. And the St. Lucians, is it fair to say that they've stolen a wicket or were they gifted a wicket?
They were gifted one, but nevertheless, they will be very happy, and they will want to continue to make inroads into the Vincentian batting. But a good wicket to get.
So you had mentioned that he was in the middle of a good over, Don Edward. Cotoy wanted to just get that single, but unfortunately found himself run out. And what that tends to do, it puts pressure on Maloney right away. Because he may be feeling that guilt or that responsibility for that dismissal. And that might put some pressure on him as well. And the St. Lucians would do well to just remind him that he had sold his partner down the river. But nonetheless, a new bowler is on, Jaden Elibox. Elibox, who had done well in the first game, picked up 3 wickets, left arm spinner. Into Maloney. Maloney who's on 40. Elibox getting some drift, but it's down the leg side. Push for 1. Come back for the second. So yes, Eli Box has started the tournament off well, Joe, picking up 3 wickets.
Yes, I got the information that he bowled his 10 over straight yesterday, and he took 3 for 30 odd. So good bowling by Eli Box, and his father is 2 hours left.
Parental support always crucial. Opting on a very full length. You just see that ball curling back into Desron Maloney. It'd be very interesting if he can get that drift in to the right hand and get that spin away from him. He will show the viewers if he has that in the arsenal. It's yet to hit the pitch. Does so on this occasion. This one just went on with the arm. So Eli Box just 3 deliveries in, but you've seen that there's a method. He's attacking the stumps. There he is again. Attacking the stumps, keeping things quiet. And to bowl his 10 over straight, it must mean that he provided Captain Melius with a measure of control. This one is short. Desron Maloney rocks back, and this one, given the treatment. But Joe, you had mentioned it a while ago. The bowlers are bowling well, and every once in a while they just opt for the quicker delivery.
Yeah, so if something is working for you, just continue. But that was short. So why delivery outside the off stump, and Maloney said, "Thank you very much." And he played it beautifully down to the boundary for 4.
So that one would please Maloney. Needs to get that dismissal of Cotoy off his mind and get back into his work. This one tossed up. Liebox has looked a good bowler when he hits those areas. But a decent start to his spell. Conceding the 6, the boundary, but By and large, he's landed in some good areas. Melius and St. Lucia will continue with Edward. The score 109 for 4 after 19. Maloney, his sights on a half century, is on 46. But the danger man from yesterday, Dylan Douglas, he impressed you yesterday, Joe?
Yes, he did impress me yesterday, and I had a chat with John Eugene earlier on, and John Eugene told me he's a dangerous player, and I saw that yesterday. So the St. Lucians will want to see his back very early.
John Eugene, one of the coaches in the Breakout League. There's Edward. So nice and slow, and Maloney's coming forward and whipping this one down to long on, picking up the single. Maloney also played the spin well, mixed up attack and defense, played some unbelievable strokes. It's Edward again, dot delivery to Maloney. Mentioned that when the spinners have been at the stumps to Maloney, they've looked the most dangerous. Yeah, so it forces Maloney to take a risk like that. He has to back away when that ball is on middle stump to try to get the single. But Maloney showing good skill to do just that. Inches closer to a half century. Stone and Edwards seems very interested. Very early on in the innings, Dylan Douglas, we saw it yesterday, just walks across his stumps, really exposes the leg stump. So the bowlers are always interested, thinking that they can hit that front pad. But Douglas, he lures the bowlers into that false sense of security and just unfolds the sweep. We saw that a lot yesterday, and just continuing from where he left off. Good player of spin.
Yes, and he played that ball very well down to the fine leg area for 4. But the St. Lucians will have to beware because he scored that century yesterday, and Maloney, who is almost 50, is looking good. So they will want to get a wicket very quickly.
This one, it takes the top edge. Is this an opportunity? No, it's not. Some goes behind the keeper. Signal 4 by the umpire. And Donan Edward concedes 2 boundaries at the end of that over. Same shot attempted by Desmond Maloney. A very skillful player at it. Just come to the crease and has already hit 2 boundaries. So ominous signs for the St. Lucians. And at the end of 20 overs, the score 119 for 4. As we welcome back commentator Dexter Solomon. And you continue with Umpire Joe.
Yes, so that last delivery there by Donan Edward, you can say he had a moral victory there, but the ball still went for 4. But Maloney and Douglas, they will want to continue batting for the Vincentian team as we welcome back Dexter.
Thank you, Joe and Jamal. So St. Vincent, they've moved the score nicely. They are now 120 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. We're inside over number 21 being bowled by Jaden Lybox. He's into his second over, so he's bowled 1.1 overs. Not picked up a wicket, and he's gone for 7 runs. Doing battle in the middle, he's bowling to Dylan Douglas. This one driven firmly to the man who is positioned there to stop any quick singles. Good stop. The score remains on 120 for 4. As Jaden Lybox continues. The batsman offering a big sweep. No wide call by the umpire to the surprise of Dylan Douglas. Score remains on 120 for 4. And the Vincentian pair out in the middle, Desmond Maloney, he has continued to bat well. He is 48 of 59 deliveries. And he was recently joined in by Dylan Douglas, who is 9 of 6. Jaden continues to Dylan Douglas. Batsman is well forward and defends well. And Jaden, he had a very good spell yesterday against the Grenadians. He picked up 3 wickets and he was real economical as well. Would like to continue that work today. So he's walked into the leg side. Jaden comes across to do the fielding, and the score is no run is added to the score. Dylan Douglas, yesterday he had a good day out in the middle.
Yes, he had a century yesterday as live box balls to him outside the off stump. Tries to cut, mix the contact, and the ball is taken by wicketkeeper Noel Leo, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. But Douglas had a very good knock yesterday.
Yes, and he got the second century of the competition so far. Sunil Ambris also got 100 in that game. And the score is 120 for 4. Some 21 overs have been bowled here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. The game is in the balance. St. Vincent, the bulk of their run scoring yesterday was done by the middle order. Desmond Maloney, he has batted well so far. And Dylan Douglas, one of the stars for them yesterday, he's out in the middle as well. For St. Lucia, they've picked up 4 wickets, but we've seen in the last 5 overs that the scoring rate has been picked up by the Vincentian batters. As we now see another bowling change, Shadrach Descat, he will be replacing Donnan Edward from the River End. Yesterday he was among the wickets for the St. Lucia team, and he will look to continue that. There's no slip, a man at point, a deep man on the third man boundary, sweeper out on the offside, cover mid off, mid on, deep mid wicket, and a man at square leg. As he comes in, this one is an expansive drive there from Maloney. Not making any proper connection. The score remains on 120 for 4. As the sun continues to bless us here at the Mindoo Phillip Park. Drizzle of spectators to witness the action here as Descat comes in. This one is shot outside the off stump and spanked all the way to the boundary by Maloney. 4 runs added to the score, and with that, Maloney brings up his half century. He is batted well. He has transitioned from being very watchful, and as he's gained confidence, he has been a lot more positive in the last few overs that he's been out there. And he is now 52 of some 61 deliveries and batting well for St. Vincent. Shadrach continues. This one looks like a slower delivery to Maloney, and he is equal to the task. Maloney, he has batted really well so far.
Yes, a good knock by Maloney. But I think the captain of the St. Lucia team, they missed a trick. He missed a trick. Donald Edwards should have given another over.
Well, Joe, as Shadrach continues to finish off his over, another good shot by Maloney. The fielder on the third man boundary comes across to prevent the boundary. The batsman, they cross through for 1, takes the score up to 125 for 4. Joe, you're making the recommendation that Donnan should have been given another over at that end. But St. Vincent, they look to be growing in confidence. So it could be a case where the captain looking to change things up, try something different to get a different result.
Remember, he had the batsman almost with a false shot that went for four. So another delivery by the Scott, and the batsman plays it to the backward point area, and there is no run.
Yes, we would remember that he did create a chance and the over he bowled before being replaced. Nonetheless, Shadrach is the man chosen by the captain at this point to continue the fight against the pair as he comes in to bowl to Dylan Douglas. And this one is wrapped on the pad. An appeal and is given. And the bowling change does the trick. Shadrach Descat bowling that delivery full and straight. Dylan Douglas looking to work this one into the leg side, pretty much missing a straight delivery and being adjudged leg before wicket. Good breakthrough for the St. Lucian team.
Very good breakthrough. And to get the wicket of Douglas, who scored that century yesterday, the St. Lucians will be very happy to see the back of Douglas. So the change has brought the wicket, and so the St. Lucians, they are very happy. He played all around his delivery, a straight one, and he was judged leg before by the umpire. So a good wicket to get.
Yes, indeed, the St. Lucia team will be very happy to see the back of Dylan Douglas after what he did yesterday. And the score 125 for 5. Desmond Maloney is still out there doing battle. He is not out on 53 of 63. Shadrach getting a wicket in his first over, which went for 5 runs. The new batter out in the middle for St. Vincent. I will get that for you in a second. Asif Hooper joins Desmond Maloney out in the middle, and it will be Jaden Elibox to continue for his third over. He has bowled 2 overs for 7 runs so far, continuing from where he left off yesterday. He was very economical, and he was also able to pick up 3 vital wickets. For a man who has played a lot of limited overs cricket on the local scene, he is known to get through his overs rather quickly. But I have seen a deliberate effort from him so far in the 2 games that he's played to try to get a lot of purchase and a lot of spin, bowl a lot slower, and that has worked for him so far as he continues to bowl to Maloney. This one is stopped in the point region. There's no run. Score remains on 125 for 5 inside over number 23. So the lie box, this one is neatly turned off the pads by Maloney. They come through for 1. They think of the second, and they will get it comfortably in the end. 2 runs added to the score. 127 for 5. Maloney, he has not been bogged down. He continues to rotate strike quite effectively.
Yes, and that's very important in a partnership. When you cannot get the boundaries, it's very important and it's essential to get the ones and the twos.
This one he comes forward. Again, well bowled by Jaden. Seems to be very consistent in his line and length so far, drawing the batsman forward, not giving much room. As he continues, this one is shot and spanked through the offside. The fielder patrolling the boundary comes across, and the batsmen, they're only able to get 1 run. Good fielding out on the boundary. That looks like John L. Eugene patrolling the boundary out there. Jaden now has the challenge of bowling to Asif Hooper, who is a left-handed batter. So the matchup is in the favor of the batsman. He opts to stay around the wicket. 3 more deliveries left in his over as he comes in to bowl to Hooper. This one is flighted and sensibly driven down to long off for 1. Score moves up to 129 for 5. Brings Maloney back on strike. As Jaden comes in, this one is a lot slower and well played by Maloney, steering this one past the short foot fielder, bisecting the gap between the point fielder and the third man fielder. And he gets himself another boundary. Moves the score up to 133 for 5. Maloney, he continues to do well for the St. Vincent team. He is 60 not out. He has faced some 67 deliveries. Asif Hooper has just faced the solitary delivery. A very good shot by Maloney.
Yes, the delivery was short and wide, so he had the room to free his arms, and he did that to perfection, and playing that down to the backward point area for 4. So Jaden Eli Bucks will have to bowl a more leg stump line or middle stump line when he's bowling to Maloney. He mustn't give him the room to free his arms, but a good shot nonetheless, and the St. Lucians, they will want to make further inroads into the Vincentian batting.
Indeed, they are 5 wickets down and they would be looking to at best bowl out the St. Vincent team. Maloney and Hooper, they would have other ideas as Shadrach will be continuing from the river end. He took a wicket in his first over, which went for 5 runs. He will be looking to continue his wicket taking spree into his second over to bowl to Hooper. This one is going past the edge, lifting delivery. Shadrach seems to be one of those bowlers who ambles in, very gentle run up, and explodes through the crease, getting a lot of purchase from the wicket here today.
Yes, he's a strong lad, and he bowls with a lot of shoulder, and he takes his fitness very serious. So that was a bit of a delivery by the Scott. So the St. Lucians, they are looking very agile, they are looking energetic, and they want to get another victory today.
Having seen what that previous delivery did, a slip is now positioned. This delivery again angling across the left-handed batsman who does not play a shot. Straight to be taken by the keeper. Score remains on 133 for 5. And the solution team, the fielders, are in support of the bowlers. You could hear them supporting. Keep going, boys is the cry. As Shadrach continues, he will be bowling to Hooper. This one is worked off the pads. They come through for 1. Leg by signal by the umpire. The score moves up to 134 for 5. We are in over number 24 of the innings. Correction here, that went for 4 leg bys. Takes the score to 137 for 5. So Hooper is still on strike. Shadrach goes past the umpire now. Good delivery on off stump. Hooper is equal to the task. And Maloney, he's at the non-strikers end now, but what he has done well in his innings so far is strike rotation. It's a short delivery from Shadrach. Hooper swerving and getting a top edge on that one, all the way for 6 over the third man field, the The third man filled on the boundary. Productive shot here from Hooper. The score 143 for 5.
Though not in total control, but nevertheless, the result was in his favor. But that was a good shot bounced there by Sajak Descartes.
And that has been a theme from the pace bowlers for St. Lucia, using that short delivery as a surprise. They've gotten some success so far as Shadrach continues to Hooper. This one is worked neatly into the vacant square leg region and they cross through for 1. Score 44 for 5. Some 24 overs have been bowled. We had at the wicket for St. Vincent, we have Desmond Maloney. He's 60 of 68, and Asif Hooper. He is 8 of some 7 deliveries so far. The game after 24 overs seems to be in the balance, I would say. Given that St. Vincent, the bulk of their scoring was done by the middle order in the last game, which would suggest that they bat very deep. And St. Lucia, they have picked up 5 wickets so far to their good. As we see a bowling change, Gaston, it looks like the opening bowler has been brought on to replace Jaden Box, and he will be bowling to Asif Hooper. Keon has bowled 5 overs so far. He's picked up 2 wickets and he's gone for 20 runs. Starts off with a wide in a 6 over. The score moves up to 145 for 5. Joe, Keon Gaston, he's bowled, his opening spell was a really good one for the St. Lucian team.
Yes, it was a magnificent spell of bowling by Keon Gaston. But one observation, Dexter, in the 5 wickets down, 3 of the main batters yesterday, they're all back in the hut. So that's a very good sign for St. Lucia. But from Gaston outside the off stump and the batsman Hooper playing it to a short third man and they go for a cheeky single. But at the end, all well that ends well. So Ambrose is back in the hut. He scored 100. Douglas is back in the hut. He scored 100. And the other batsman got 52. It was Cotoy. So St. Lucia can take some hat from that.
Yes, they would be buoyed by the fact that those 3 St. Vincent batters are back in the hut. And they would be hoping, as I said earlier, to go and bowl out the rest of the batters. A very close call on that last single that was taken, and we saw that Courtois gifting his wicket via the run out route. They need to be very careful in their running between the wickets as Gaston continues. This one is pitched up and driven down to the sweeper on the offside. They cross through for 1. Score moves to 147 for 5. And usually when Keon is brought back for his second spell, you get the feeling that Captain Kimani is looking for a wicket because Keon has that ability to pick up wickets every time that he's given the ball, as that delivery is wrapped on the body of Hooper, not able to hook it into the leg side. Dot ball. Every time that St. Lucia needs a wicket, Keon has been the man to raise his hand.
Yeah, so we can call him the strike bowler for the St. Lucia team. And he's a hard worker. And he's a very good all-rounder. Not only with ball and bat, but also in the field. He's a very good fielder.
As he looks to continue here to Hooper. This one is short. Lifting delivery by Keon. Really putting in the effort here for his team. And the umpire here signaling 1 short ball for the over. And the St. Lucian Pacers, they continue to use that short ball to good effect. They've not been too predictable with the use of it. And when they've opted to do so, the St. Vincent batters have not been equal to the task. As Keon again comes in, this one is heaved into the leg side. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the square leg boundary. So not a very convincing shot here from Hooper, but he picks up 4 runs here nonetheless. The score 151 for 5.
Yes, so the 150 has come up for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And as you said, Dexter, it wasn't a convincing shot, but nevertheless, the result went in his favor. But Gaston can have a moral victory there. And let's see how he copes with the next delivery.
7 runs conceded of the over so far. He would want to end with a dot ball or wicket as he comes in. This one again is shot into the body. Hooper managing to get this one into the vacant square leg region. They cross through from 1. Score now reads 152 for 5. And we're at the halfway mark of the St. Vincent batting innings. 25 overs have been bowled. Currently out in the middle, Desmond Maloney. He's 61 or 69. He's batted brilliantly so far. Quite mature innings. As Joe mentioned earlier, the batters who did the bulk of the damage yesterday, they're all back in the hut. However, Maloney, so far, he has raised his hand and shown that he too could get in among the runs.
Yes, well said. And he's looking very good. He's not doing anything rash. And the captain, Hooper, is there with him. So the two will want to continue to bat as long as possible for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But the St. Lucians will have other ideas and they will want to prize a wicket out as soon as possible.
Looks like there's a short break in play out in the middle. And Captain Kimani is using that time to refine his fielding strategy so far. Shadrach looks to be the one who will be continuing the attack for the St. Lucian team. And the winner of that game today between St. Vincent and St. Lucia will surely put themselves in pole position in a short competition. You need to get those victories as quickly as possible, not leave your best games for the latter part of the tournament. So both sides pulling off victories, convincing victories that is yesterday. They know what is at stake here today. Cooper is ready to take strike again as Shadrach is at the top of his mark. We've been blessed with good weather and the action has been consistent as Shadrach comes in to Melanie. This one is full outside the off stump and driven through the covers all along the ground. It's a very good shot from Hooper. 4 runs added to the total. Very positive shot here from Asif Hooper.
Yes, a bad delivery by Scott. It was a bit full and wide outside the off stump. And Hooper said, "Thank you very much," and drive it to the extra cover boundary for 4.
Shadrach continues another expansive drive by Hooper. Did Hooper get a message from the locker room during the break?
Yeah, probably so. The X-Suckers is looking more expansive now, more adventurous. But there was a little moral victory there for Descartes in that last delivery as he passed the outside edge of Hooper's bat.
Surely looking to take the attack to Descartes. As he comes in. Short delivery. Wide call by the umpire. This one ballooning over the batter's head. And one extra adds one to the total. 157 for 5. And Hooper, he has come out with a lot more intent. So two expansive drives, one going to the boundary, one going past the edge. Another short delivery from Shadrach, and another wide. So surely Hooper seemed to have offset Shadrach's patience at the moment.
Yes, and Shajak is getting carried away. He needs to maintain his composure and be a little calm and relax and try and bowl good deliveries in right areas. And that one outside the off stump, but not wide enough to be called wide and into the gloves of the keeper. No run.
Yeah, surely this is where all the experience from Shadrach Descartes will be tested. Being put under pressure here by the batsman as the batters look to push the score along. They would know that 5 wickets are down, that this is a crucial partnership which would determine how many runs they get in the end. How does Shadrach respond? This one is a slower delivery, well negotiated by the batter. So Shadrach here showing his variety in his bowling. He was driven through the offside for 4. And he went short twice in the over, albeit called wides. But this time he opted for a slower delivery. Again, Shadrach going short. And this one being called wide by the umpire. And now we see the signal of 1 for the over. So Shadrach continues to produce a mixed bag here in this over.
Yes, well said, Dexter. And so he will continue to try and to see if he can get a breakthrough for St. Lucia.
Yet another wide from Shadrach, this time outside the off stump. Shadrach, he has bowled a very long over so far. 8 deliveries have been bowled, 4 of which have been wide deliveries. And he would be looking to close off this over right now. This one is a lot better. Driven into the offside and there's no run. So we saw that at the beginning of the over, Asif Hooper, an expansive drive through the covers for 4. And since then, the next 5 deliveries, Shadrach has bowled 4 wides. Seems to be unsettled. Can he close out the over right now? This one is a short delivery into the body of Hooper. Well negotiated. And he has successfully completed a very long over which consisted of 10 deliveries.
Yes, so he really put himself under some pressure to bowl in extra deliveries. He just needs to relax and concentrate at the job at hand. But the Vincentian batters, they will want to continue batting. There's still a lot of overs in the game. And so they will want to post a total that they will be able to defend. But the St. Lucians will want to see the back of one of these batsmen.
Yes, indeed. And Kimani Melius, in an effort to get this partnership broken, he's called on the services of 2 of his wicket-taking bowlers, in that of Keon Gaston, who is operating now as he comes in to bowl to Maloney. This one is badly lined down the leg side, called wide by the umpire. And at the other end, he's gone to Shadrach Descartes, who picked up a wicket in his first over. So clearly, the St. Lucian team has seen how crucial that this partnership is in the St. Vincent effort, and they would love to see the back of Maloney as Keon continues to bowl to Maloney. This one is wrapped on the pad. Huge appeal going up and not out, says the umpire. The score remains on 161 for 5. Surely Keon looks like he is causing Maloney some trouble out there.
Yes, so if Maloney, he has been there for a good while, he's on 60 odd. And if Keon can give him some trouble, so which means so Keon Gaston is a very good bowler. And that was a close call for Maloney. But the umpire, Cuthbert McVeigh, said not out.
He continues to impress as he goes past the umpire. Now this one is short and edge. Good catch there by Leo. And just as we call it, he was brought into the attack to get the wicket. And he got the big wicket of Desron Maloney, caught by the keeper, bowled Keon Gaston for 61.
And my goodness, I just said if he can give Maloney trouble, he's a very good bowler. And the very next delivery, Maloney getting one outside the house. And just outside the house stump, played at it, gully edge. And wicketkeeper Noel Leo going to his right or to his left, taking a very good catch. So that's the end of Maloney. And the St. Lucians, they are very happy.
Happy indeed they are. The score 161 for 6. Keon Gaston, he has bowled 6.2 overs. He's picked up 3 wickets for 29 runs. And what he has done is he has been very consistent with his line and length. He's built pressure with dot balls. He's used that short ball as a surprise delivery. And the good work he's done so far has paid off. And the new batter coming out to the battle for St. Vincent is a short, very short stature of a man. I will get the name for you in a bit. The new batter for St. Vincent is the left-handed Tijon Pope. And he has 4 more deliveries to contend with from Keon Gaston. Gaston has decided to go around the wicket to the left-handed Pope. Goes past the umpire now. It's a short delivery. This one is pulled straight up. The middle fielder running in and completes the catch. Very good delivery from Keon. We have mentioned it. The use of the short ball as a surprise delivery. Tijon Pope was not able to get on top of this one. And a very simple catch in the end for the middle fielder. Another wicket to Keon Gaston.
What a revelation he is, this young all-rounder from Monrepo, Keon Gaston. And right now he's on a hat-trick, Dexter. So very good bowling by the young man. And as you said, that was a very good change by the captain. Well, Melius to bring back his strike bowler in Keon Gaston. And he has made his captain and the rest of the team happy by taking 2 wickets in the over so far. So the St. Lucians, they continuing from where they left off yesterday at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, where they had a victory over Grenada. And now they have St. Vincent and the Grenadines in some bother now. And so the St. Lucians, they will want to continue taking wickets and try and bowl out the St. Vincent team for under 200, which they believe that they will be able to overhaul. But there is still a lot of cricket to be played, and we know St. Vincent is a very good team. They will fight until the end. But so far, the St. Lucian team, they are doing very well.
Very good assessment, Joe, of where we at the Mindoo Phillip Park as the 2 teams take a break for some drinks. We've just saw before that the fall of Tijon Pope to Keon Gaston for a duck. The St. Lucians, they've picked up 7 wickets. And St. Vincent, they certainly are in a spot of bother at the moment. St. Lucia would be the happier of the two teams. We're inside over number 27. So there are a lot of overs to be bowled. But the St. Lucians, they've continued to pick up wickets at crucial intervals, stalling the progress of the St. Vincent team. They've not allowed them to score at a rate that is cause for concern. So they've bowled well in partnerships. And they've done a very good job when required. St. Vincent, on the other hand, they would be hoping that the tail or the lower end of the batting lineup could stand up and try to bat as many overs as possible. Still over 20 overs left in the innings. So definitely they could still manage to get themselves up to a competitive total. At the moment, it does not look like they will be getting anywhere near 400, Joe.
Oh no, it will take a miracle for them to get to 400 at this stage. But cricket is a funny old game. You can never know what will happen until the end. But so far, the St. Lucians, they are playing good cricket, and I like to see what I'm seeing on the field. They look athletic, they look happy, they look energized. And as I said, they won yesterday against Grenada at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, so they are hoping to snuff up another victory here today against St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, the two teams who got victories yesterday going head to head here at the Mindoo Phillip Park in bright sunshine. A few spectators here to witness the action. A good game on offer. St. Lucia, they're in the driver's seat at the moment as we are about to resume the action out in the middle. Keon Gaston, remember, he is on a hat trick. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for another short delivery. He's used it very well so far in the two spells that he's bowled. Seems to be a lot quicker than the batsman anticipates. He's built pressure with the dot balls as he comes in. Hat-trick delivery from Keon. This one is wrapped on the body. It's too high. Doesn't complete the hat-trick, but it's another dot ball. Keon continues to build pressure, continues to bowl well. St. Vincent, they simply have not had an answer to him.
Yes, and he is bowling very well indeed at the moment, and he will want to continue to make further inroads into the Vincentian batting.
Only run of this over has been a wide as he comes in again. Very good delivery. Try to steal a single, and this is shy at the stumps from Tariq Edward. They go through for another single on the overthrow. So this one resulting in 2 runs. Jeremy Haywood dropped this one into the offside and set off for the single. Tariq coming across had a go at the stumps to try to effect the run out. The batsmen, they were alert enough to pick up another run on the overthrow. One more ball in over number 27. Skion. He will be bowling to Haywood. As he comes in, this one is full and driven down to mid off, and there's no run. Brilliant over there from Keon. His seventh over, and he has bowled. He picked up 4 wickets for 31 runs. An impressive second spell, as good as the first one. He's been brilliant today for the St. Lucia team. The score 163 for 7. Out in the middle for St. Vincent, we have Asif Hooper. He is 18 of 18 deliveries. And Jeremy Haywood, he came out on the hat trick delivery. He is 2 runs of 3 deliveries. Surely St. Lucia would be the happier of the two teams.
Definitely. And the Solutions, they are playing very good cricket at the moment. And I am very impressed with what I'm seeing. And so St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as we said, there's still some 23 overs left, Eldridge. And so they will want to bat as long as possible, but the Solutions will have other ideas and they'll want to make further inroads into the Vincentian batting.
It will be Shadrach Descat to continue. He's bowled 3 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 20 runs. This delivery, dot ball. He's tried to push the ball across the left-handed batters, and he's tried to use his short ball as a surprise delivery. As if Hooper took a liking to him in his previous over. As he comes in to bowl to Hooper, short and wide. This one cut straight to the point fielder. There is no run. So generally that has been the plan of operation from Shadrach, to push those balls across the left-handed Hooper, get him to hit into the offside, and the field is set for that as well. He comes in to bowl his third delivery to Hooper, full ball, well negotiated by Hooper. The bowler does the fielding of his bowling, and there's no run. The score remains on 163 for 7. St. Lucia, surely they will be looking to pick up those final 3 wickets of the St. Vincent batters. Shadrach continues. Slower delivery. Well played by Hooper. Hooper seems to be the key man here for the St. Vincent team.
He's the captain, so he'll want to stay there and he'll want the rest of the battles to bat around him so that they can get a competitive total. But at the moment, the Solutions, they are on top.
A very crucial period of play for St. Vincent as Shadrach comes into a short delivery. This one is hanged over the square leg umpire's head, who had to duck, take evasive action. And this one went like a tracer bullet. Square leg boundary for 4. And the score goes up by 4, 167 for 7. Asif Hooper goes to 22 of 23. And a real commanding shot that. And Shadrach continues to Hooper. Another short delivery. Wide call by the umpire this time. So Shadrach, he's been put under pressure here by Hooper.
Tough call by the umpire, but he's in the best position. But umpire McVeigh, that previous delivery, he had to get down very quickly not to get struck.
Shadrach continues. Another short delivery. And this brings the over to an end. We are 168 for 7. 28 overs bowled. For St. Vincent, we have Haywood and Asif Hooper out in the middle doing battle. And for St. Lucia, looks like Gaston will be continuing into his 8th over. He's picked up 4 wickets so far. He has been the pick of the bowlers for the innings for the St. Lucian so far. And he will have his eyes set on those final 3 wickets. Jeremy Haywood will be facing up to Keon, who begins his 8th over. He runs away from us now, goes past the umpire, full delivery, and Haywood nudges this one into the leg side and steals a single. Fielder not able to come across in time. Score moves up to 169 for 7. This brings Asif Hooper on strike. And for the last 2 overs, well, to Shadrach in particular, Hooper has looked to take the attack. It would be very interesting to see his approach facing up to Keon.
Yes, it will be a good matchup. But Kian Gaston is in the middle of a second spell and a very good spell. And as we said, he bowled the first spell very good and the second one even better.
As he comes into Hooper now, and this one is well guided down to the third man fielder. They come through for 1. So some sensible cricket here from Hooper. He seems to fancy his chances against Shadrach from the other end and playing very sensibly against Keon. He and Haywood, they both have tried to rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. 170 for 7. Keon comes in, third delivery of the over. Short delivery down the leg side. There's an appeal from the keeper. Not out, says the umpire. Must have brushed thigh pad on the way through. So Keon continues to peg away. 7.3 overs. 4 for 33. There will be a change in the field as the slip is removed and he positions himself in the vacant mid-wicket region as Keon comes into Haywood. Short delivery. A wide call by the umpire. Haywood must be the tallest of the St. Vincent batters. So it takes quite an effort for Keon to get that ball over his head.
Yeah, Kian Gaston is very deceptive and he has been bowling very well so far. And so the solutions will want him to make another breakthrough and put the Vincentian batsman under more pressure.
A big swipe here from Haywood, indicating to the non-striker that this delivery may have gathered some extra bounce. But that was a shot out of character from Haywood from what we've seen so far. Tried to deposit this one outside of the stadium. He was not successful in that attempt. Keon is gone for 2 runs off the bat so far in this over. Very tight, very economical over so far. As he comes in, goes past the umpire now. Full delivery, clipped into the leg side. They come through for 1. Think of a second and they will get it comfortably. So good rotation of strike here from Haywood. He takes his score up to 5. St. Vincent 173 for 7. Comparing to the bowling changes that were done by Captain Kimani yesterday, Keon seemed to have been given the ball for his second spell a bit earlier, all in the effort to get those remaining 3 wickets. This one is a full toss, driven back to the bowler. Good stop. Every time he has been called upon to take wickets, he has done so. And this brings the over to an end. He's bowled 8 overs, picked up 4 wickets for 36 runs. St. Vincent there 173 for 7 after 29 overs. Out in the middle, Asif Hooper, he is 23 of 25. And Jeremy Haywood, he has scored 5 runs and faced some 8 deliveries.
Yes, another good over there by Keon Gaston, keeping the batsmen at bay, not giving them the whiff to free their arms. But Hooper and Haywood, they will know that they have a lot of work still to do. And with 21 more overs, so they have to really dig in and bat long and see if they can get something in the region of 230, 240 to give themselves a chance in this game. But on the other hand, the St. Lucians, they will want to make further inroads and take wickets regularly to bowl out them at the St. Vincent team for at least just under 200 or 200 totals that they feel that they can chase. But still a lot of cricket to be played, and we just have to wait and see what will happen.
See another bowling change here by the St. Lucian team. Jaden Elibox, he bowled 3 overs from the other end. Wasn't able to pick up a wicket and he only conceded 15 runs. He replaces Shadrach Deskrat from the river end. He will be bowling to Asif Hooper. Asif Hooper has shown that he looks to take the attack to be a lot more positive, get as many runs as he can as he flicks this one into the leg side. Go through for 1. Score 174 for 7. Asif Hooper moves on to 24. This brings the tall figure of Jeremy Haywood on strike, and he will be facing up to Jaden Elibox, who is around the wicket. Comes in, this one is flighted. He tries to guide this one down to the third man region. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Keeper Noel Leo thought that he heard something. Good tight line here from Jaden as he continues to Haywood. This one is worked into the vacant fine leg region. Shadrach gives chase. They go through for 1. They come back for 2. Good work from Shadrach down on the fine leg boundary. Saves 2 runs for his team. This one was neatly worked off the pad by Jeremy Haywood and thought that he was going for 4, but a very, very good effort by Shadrach. Saves 2 runs as Jaden continues. This one is flighted, a big shot. Getting the inner part of the bat and spooning a catch out to Captain Kimani Melius at mid-wicket. And Jaden picks up his first wicket of the day. St. Vincent are in further trouble. 176 for 8.
Yes, and another wicket going down for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the St. Lucians. They are very happy and they are doing a very good job out there in the middle. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines, probably they might get out for under 200, but there is still a lot of cricket to be played. But so far, so good for the St. Lucians. And the team who scored 400 plus yesterday, now they are tottering 176 for 8. And so the St. Lucians will be very happy with what has transpired so far.
Yes, a very good effort out in the field so far by the St. Lucian team. St. Vincent, every time that they have looked to stitch a partnership together, St. Lucia somehow managed to pick up a wicket and restrict the damage. One thing that St. Vincent would be hoping is that Asif Hooper is still out in the middle. He has looked to be a lot more positive in the last 3 overs. So they would be hoping that the remaining two batters could spend as much time as possible out in the crease with him. We saw yesterday that the 10th wicket for St. Lucia, they scored 70 odd runs. So there's still a lot of time out there for the St. Vincent batters to ensure that they get a competitive total on the board, one that will ruffle a few feathers in the St. Lucia camp. But at the moment, it's all St. Lucia and St. Vincent. They really have not found a way to produce any big partnerships. So we just saw the back of Jeremy Haywood. He scored 7 of 11. And Jaden picked up his first wicket in his fourth over, continuing the good work that he did yesterday, where he picked up 3 wickets and he was very economical yesterday in his spell. As he continues, batter drives the ball back to the bowler. Stop. And there was no run. The score remains on 176 for 8. Jaden to finish his fourth over. Well defended by the batter. So St. Vincent, there are 176 for 8. At the wicket now, we have Asif Hooper. He is on 24 of 26, and one would think that St. Vincent hopes of getting to a competitive total lies on the back of this man.
Yes, so as in Pupa, he's the captain, and he'll want, as I said, for the rest of the batters to bat around him. But at the moment, the St. Lucians will have other idea.
There will be another bowling change from the commentary booth end for St. Lucia. It's Tariq Edward replacing Keon Gaston. He will be bowling to Hooper. This one is cut and very good stop by the fielder at point here. Don and Edward going down to his right and stopping that ball that looked well on its way for a boundary. The score remains on 176 for 8 as Tariq continues into his second over. Hooper being very watchful so far. I'd like to apologize to our listeners. We had a mix-up in the batting order. Haywood is now at the wicket for St. Vincent, and the batsman who was dismissed for 7 was Lewis. So at the wicket now for St. Vincent, we have Asif Hooper. He's 24 of 29 deliveries, and Jeremy Haywood. He is yet to score and having faced 2 deliveries. So Tariq Edward, he is bowled 1.3 overs so far. Not picked up a wicket. He's only gone for 7 runs. So he's been very economical. He's bowled 3 dot deliveries so far. He bowls to Hooper. Again, slow flighted outside the off stump. Hooper seems to be lining up Tariq for a big shot here.
Yes, so Tariq will have to bowl a little more off stump. Don't give him the whiff to freeze arms.
I will be looking to close off this over as best as possible. As he comes into Hooper, this one again is flighted and drifting into him. Managed to get the bat down in time. So a very good over so far for Tariq. 5 dot deliveries, pressure building on Hooper. How does he play this? Tariq, final delivery of his over. Flighted, driven straight back to the bowler. Maiden over from Tariq Edward. He's bowled 2 overs, only conceded 7 runs. The score 176 for 8. Gripping contest out there between the two.
Very good over by Tariq Edward. As you said, the maiden and maintaining the pressure on the St. Vincent and the Grenadines batsmen and Hooper and Haywood. They will want to stay there as long as possible to give themselves a fight in total. But at the moment, the St. Lucians, they are playing very good cricket and they will want to clean up the rest of the 2 wickets to bowl out the St. Vincent when it's under 200.
Shade in the light box to continue. And he will be bowling to Jeremy Haywood. Starts off with a dot delivery. He's into his 5th over. He's picked up 1 wicket for 18 runs. As he comes in round the wicket, this one is flighted outside the off stump, trying to tempt the batsman into a big drive. This occasion, Jeremy opting not to take the invitation. Jaden continues. This one is dropped into the offside and a very good single there by the 2 St. Vincent batters. This one was flighted on the stumps. Jeremy long way forward and defending this one into the offside and really stealing a single. Score moves up to 177 for 8 and Haywood is off the mark as Asif Hooper comes in to strike. This one is cut through the offside. They go through for 1 and it will only be 1 run. Good work by the fielder out on the cover boundary. Looks like John L. Eugene. Score 178 for 8. St. Lucia, they are 2 wickets away to closing out the St. Vincent innings. They would love to do so as soon as they possibly can. Asif Hooper, Jeremy Haywood, they would have other ideas. They would want to bat for as long as possible. Jaden comes in. This one is shot and pulled down to the long on region by Haywood. One run added to the score. 179 for 8. Jaden, 4.5 overs. He's picked up 1 wicket for 21 runs. Asif Hooper is 25 of 33. As he comes in now, this one is flighted and beaten in the flight. Very good delivery there by Jaden. Good finish to the over. St. Vincent 179 for 8. We had Desmond Maloney with 61. Kieran Kotoy with 32. And Asif Hooper, he's still out there. He has scored 25 runs so far. And definitely the St. Vincent team, they would want him to bat for as many more overs as possible so that they could get themselves to a very competitive total.
Another good over by Eli Box and continuing to maintain the pressure on the Vincentian batsmen. And as you said, Hooper and Haywood, they will want to continue to bat as long as possible because there's still a lot of overs left and a lot of cricket to be played as we welcome back Jamal.
Thank you so much, Joe. Spinners have maintained good pressure. Tariq Edward, the offie operation. First spell, we saw some good deviation from the surface when you operated. Bowling a little bit flatter than he did. Haywood good enough to rock back and punch this one down the ground. Hooper guiding his team. For steady hand, 25 of 37, 44. This one tossed up. That's a good plan by Melius, just bringing up the long on into the circle. trying to tempt Hooper into the big shot down the ground.
Yes, and Tariq, he has really bowled brilliantly to that plan, coming off a maiden in his previous over, and he's bowled 2 dot balls so far in this one. Make that 3. He's really been on the money for the St. Lucian team, bowling to the pair of Asif Hooper and Jeremy Haywood. He's really not given up any freebies.
It's what we've come to expect from Tariq Edward, former World Cup player, youth level. Very hard to get away. In his first tournament that he played at the senior level, always bowled his 10 overs. Economy rate was below 3 runs per over. So he's someone that the captain can rely on for economical overs.
Another excellent over being bowled there by Tariq. His last 2 overs have only conceded 1 run, so he's now bowled 3 overs for only 8 runs. Although he's not picked up a wicket, but the pressure he has built from that end has allowed the St. Lucian team and the other bowlers to bowl a more attacking line. And they've benefited from that pressure that has been built from his end, as we see Jaden Lybox to continue into his 6th over. He's bowled 5 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 21 runs. He will be bowling to Jeremy Haywood, who's on 3.
So you've just underscored the importance of bowling in partnerships. And the Vincentian team would be in need of a big partnership here between Hooper and Haywood. Melius just, I think, for the protection on the onside. Again, bringing in the long on, pushing back, deep mid wicket. Liebog just tosses this one up. Plan is clear. I'm going to dangle the carrot.
Yeah, we see there that Captain Asif Hooper, as Jaden continues, Asif Hooper at the non-striker's end seems to be signaling to the dugout to generate some support from the guys who are out there for the pair at the wicket. This one is neatly turned into the leg side by Haywood, but there's no run. Fielder position at the short fine leg region. The score remains on 180 for 8. Jaden, he's been very tight in this over. 4 dot balls so far. Can he close out this over? This one is driven straight to the fielder in the cover region. Another dot ball. Very good going by Jaden so far. On the cusp of delivering yet another maiden over by the St. Lucian team as he comes in to bowl to Jeremy Haywood. This one again is well defended. Jaden completes another maiden over for St. Lucia.
Yes, the pressure is on for sure. 44 overs, the score 180 for 8. But that could possibly be at the direction of Hooper. He knows the importance of batting out all the overs. Surely, even if the runs aren't coming at this point, just his presence at the crease would be reassuring to his team. Must believe in his ability. We did see early on that he can clear the ropes, can put the ball away.
And that is the hallmark of a good batter. One that where we could see the clear transition through the batting period. This one is driven forcefully down to the long off region for 1. So Hooper, when he came in, he was very watchful. And he looked to take the attack to Shadrach, which he fancied himself against. But now, with 8 wickets down, he's sort of shown the ability again to occupy the crease and try to rotate the strike, as you say, to bat as many overs as possible.
So you need to find good support in Haywood. Application at this point in time of crucial importance.
Yes, so far Haywood he's faced some 14 deliveries as Tariq continues and he will be bowling to Hooper. This one is driven again. Hooper looks a bit disappointed that this one was only resulting in 1 run. The score moves up to 183. But what St. Lucia has done well, Jamal, is that every time that St. Vincent has looked to build a partnership, they've been able to pick up wickets.
That's for sure. Credit must be given to them. See a good sweep shot here by Haywood. This one badly lined from Tariq Edward to push for two. You definitely felt that with some better running, they could have gotten three.
Yes, a good productive shot there by Jeremy Haywood. And one thing that the St. Vincent team could look to do also is put some pressure on the St. Lucia fielders by running hard between the wickets.
Yes, with the team in a bind. Good fielding again from Don and Edward. He has certainly maintained a high standard in the field. With the pressure being applied by the bowling, it requires such from the Vincentian batters. Aggressive intent in the running, willingness to apply themselves to the task. And this is the beauty of the game. Yesterday, they basically had it their own way, racking up a massive total 405. And today, on the same wicket, albeit against a different opposition, they've had more of a struggle. It requires these two batters put their heads down and show a different skill, show grit and determination.
Yes, and one significant change that we saw from what was being served up to the Vincentian batters is that there were a lot more overs being bowled by pace bowlers, especially to those guys in the middle order who scored the bulk of the runs. We saw that Captain Kimani Melius going back to Keon and even Shadrach earlier than he did in the previous game. And that could be them doing their homework on how St. Vincent went about their work yesterday.
Yes, I think it's a good point for sure. And it must also be said that the quality of the bowling attack is different. I mean, just looking at it, Dexter, if you just examine the credentials of the bowlers, you have Keon Gaston, first class fast bowler, has a 5 wicket haul at that level in his debut season. See another good one from Jaden Elibox. Gaston, member of the Breakout League, so just called up to the CPL by the St. Lucia Kings. So someone who's seen as one for the future in West Indies cricket. Also have Shadrach Descat, another first class player, as Asif Hooper is rocking back and giving this one some punishment for some bad delivery from Jaden Libox and Asif Hooper, really equal to the task.
Yeah, good shot there from Hooper. And this goes to show that although that the bowling has been very, very, very tight, that he is prepared mentally to take advantage of any loose deliveries.
Hooper doing well for his team, biding his time. There's acreage of space out there on the leg side. There's no fielder out at deep backward square. So any time in line box, it's 2 shots. Line box lines this one up better. box we mentioned again, just to just give our viewers a hint at the difference in the bowling attacks from yesterday, and that was against the Dominicans, and today against the St. Lucians. We see another over from a line box coming to an end. Score 189 for 8 after 36. We mentioned Keon Gaston, and his star is definitely on the rise. Picked up good wickets yesterday, picked up 4 today. First class bowler. We also had Shadrach Descott. Descott, who's also a member of the St. Lucia Kings CPL franchise. Descott, also a first class cricketer contracted by the Windward Islands team. So, with these two men basically headlining the bowling attack, you also have McKenny Clark, who also played the Breakout League, also a member of the West Indies Academy. So, it's definitely a different proposition against this St. Lucian bowling lineup with these three pacers.
Surely one might want to describe the St. Lucian bowling unit or the St. Lucian team as a very young team. But those guys have been around and they've played a lot of cricket at the various levels. Some of them going on to have been on the regional scene for some time. So the experience surely is showing out there in this competition. And a lot is also expected of them in their execution and the way they go about their work. As we see Keon Gaston is being brought back into the attack. He has bowled 8 overs, picked up 4 wickets for 36 runs. And the fact that he's been given the ball now is a clear intent that Captain Melius would like to see the end of the St. Vincent inning very soon.
Yes, credit must be given to him because he has managed his resources quite well, has used Gaston quite smartly, giving him different spells, different ends. He's picked up 4 wickets in response to the 5th shown in him, but just 2 overs left, so it will be crucial to the Vincentian effort to see him out. It's been difficult to do so because he has a variety of deliveries in his arsenal. We've seen the Yorker, we've seen his ability to move the new ball, and the sharp bouncer.
Yes, we see him starting off here, opting to go full at Haywood. Inside edge onto the pad. The batsmen are able to cross through for 1 run. But Keon has shown his worth, really shown his ability and his variety in his bowling. Um, like you say, he was very efficient with the new ball, swinging it both ways. And his use of the short ball as a surprise delivery was very effective. And he will look to close out the inning for his team as he comes into Hooper. This one is beating Hooper for pace. Wasn't able to go into a full pull shot. The ball trickling back to the mid-off fielder. The score remains on 190 for 8.
Yes.
Hooper, 31 of 49 deliveries. Jeremy Haywood, 7 of 17. Nice little partnership building here. They would like for that to continue in the St. Vincent's effort.
Fairness to Hooper, that last shot was definitely on. This one pulled away. Does it beat the fielder? No, I think that's Akim Ogist out there. Does some excellent work. Ogist one who sets high standards in the field. Another former West Indies under 19 captain Ogist, member of the West Indies Academy, so leading the way in the field. The plan for Gaston was definitely clear. The field set for some short stuff. Fine like deep backward square. It's a slower one from Gaston. They gathered some good pace on the surface. And so we were just mentioning before that, Dexter, in our conversation that yes, the Vincentians did amass total over 400 yesterday. What a difference a day makes. Different opposition, different day. We were just going for the credentials of the bowling of the solution unit. We had one for the fast bowlers, Gaston, Kenny Clark, Descott. Good shot here by Asif Hooper. Does he get the gap? Excellent fielding again by the St. Lucians. Is that man Don and Edward? We've been seeing this all day from him, putting his body on the line for the team. Top fielder.
Very good effort by the fielder out there on the third man boundary. And the solutions, they are a very youthful team and very excellent across the ground, very quick across the ground, very good catches. And surely they've saved some runs out in the field today with some very, very good fielding.
Something the coaches can be happy about. And the fans who are out there in the stands. There's a mix-up. There is a mix-up. There is a chance. Oh. Some overthrows. Are these going to be some more overthrows? At this point, this is getting a bit comical. At this point, this is getting comedic. Overthrow after overthrow. And Dexter, you had just praised the St. Lucians for the youthfulness and quality in the field, but this can sometimes be the side effects, so to speak, of the exuberance of youth.
Yeah, on that occasion, just the fielders getting a little bit too excited there. A good stop. No need to try to effect the run, or the batsman was pretty much safe and in his ground. But then on that occasion, the fielder deciding to have a go at the stumps and gifting 2 runs to the St. Vincent team. The score moving up to 196 for 8 now.
But at this phase, the Vincentian team happy to accept every run. See a bowling change. It's going to be Sean Edward. Bowled decently at the start. But in local cricket, we know him as a good bowler at the depth of the innings. One who has the off cutter, the back of the hand slow ball. We saw him use the bouncer. So has all the tricks at the back end of an innings. Might prove to be a difficult proposition to handle for the low order of St. Vincent. But credit to Haywood, he has handled himself well. 7 of 17. Doesn't make for great reading, but if you do a deep dive into it, there is some application there. There is grit, guts, and some smarts.
Yes, a very good inning in partnership with Hooper, it must say. The inning from Haywood on its own may not look great, but in partnership with Hooper, it's been excellent as Shawnil comes in to attack. A slip in the field there by the fielder, allowing the batsman to go through for one. Score moves up to 197 for it. And as you mentioned previously, it will be very interesting to see how Shawnil goes about his second spell. He is known to have a bag of tricks up his sleeve. Whether he has been given the license to really and truly express himself here would be interesting to see as he continues to Hooper. Shot delivery. Hooper in 2 minds here whether to pull this one through the leg side or try to drop it into the offside. Results in a dot ball. The score remains on 197 for it.
It's a sharp one there from Sean Edward. Showing us that variety. Not afraid to try at the middle of the deck. A new addition to this solution bowling lineup. Yeah, just given the credentials of the 3 fast bowlers before him. But speaking about credentials, as if Hooper would have enhanced his credentials as a batter with that top quality shot over extra cover for 6.
Yeah, very, very good shot there from Hooper. This occasion, Shawnil was guilty of pitching up this delivery. And Hooper, we've seen he's been itching to have a go at the bowlers. On that occasion, he was given a delivery that he's been looking for. and he was able to maximize. Takes his score to 43 of 55, a very good inning in the making so far.
Yes, the captain of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Asif Hooper, showing leadership, maturity, trying to guide his team to a respectable total. Oh, some sloppy work here by the wicketkeeper. A wide from Shawnee Ledward. Noah Leo. I think many persons would have expected him to have done a better job of getting across and tidying up. The wicketkeeper is sort of the janitor of the team, has to tidy up everything. It's not clean. Shawnee Ledward, could it be said he's under some pressure after that six? Said one. Hooper squaring up a bit. Score moves past 200. 208 for it.
What I would like to see from Shonel is that he doesn't get carried away because he was hit for a boundary. He's been bowling well. The batsman took a risk and it paid off. But I would like to see Shonel sticking to what has worked for him so far.
Yes, so well said, Dexter. More than that, he needs to bowl to the field. And I think Hooper, in this fashion, in this mood, I should say, it's looking pretty dangerous. Ominous signs for the St. Lucians. They need to be a bit tactical about it and get Hooper off strike. Bowl more deliveries to Haywood. The delivery from Edward to finish.
St. Vincent 209 for it after 38 overs. Shonel Edward, he's bowled 6 overs. He's picked up one for 36. We saw Hooper taking the attack to him in that last over, hitting him for 6 over the extra cover region. Out in the middle for St. Vincent, Asif Hooper, he's not out on 44. He's faced 57 deliveries. And with him is Jeremy Haywood. He has faced 19 deliveries for his 8 runs so far. Keon Gaston into the final over of his allotment for the day. He's picked up 4 wickets for St. Lucia, and he will be hoping to pick up another one before the end of this over.
Yes, Keon Gaston, no stranger to 5-wicket hauls. Sang his praises earlier where we mentioned that he caught the eye of the selectors last year, picking up a 5-wicket haul for St. Lucia at the Darren Simon Cricket Ground. That was against Grenada. Took a 5-wicket haul for the Windward Islands in first class cricket. On the verge of another 5-wicket haul here, so he's crossed this territory before. It's into his final over. Hooper has done well and has seen out the bowling. Has played a good hand. It's Gaston to Hooper. There is a pull shot. It's straight into the hand of, is that Jonel Eugene? The trap was set. Keon Gaston really profiting once more with the short delivery. Hooper backed himself to take it on and found the safe hands of another good fielder in the unit, Jonel Eugene. And Gaston, there were questions, can he do it? And he's answered you, Dexter Solomon, with another 5-wicket haul.
Yeah, very good display of fast bowling here from Keon today. A very good field set. and he bowled to the field, and the plan worked out, getting Hooper to pick out the man out on the deep square leg boundary. A very good catch by John L. And we see the ninth wicket going down for St. Vincent. But let's focus on Keon here for a minute. He's bowled 9.1 overs, conceded only 43 runs, but he's picked up 5 crucial wickets and 5 big wickets for the St. Lucia team. He continues to impress each time that he's been called upon.
Recommendations to Gaston, excellent national cricket. Feel that the mic give us some issues there, but commendations to Gaston, proud servant of St. Lucian cricket. From the Morning Pro community, as Empire Joe had let us know, has been doing well. A young man with his star on the rise. Always mentioned that it's a very high ceiling for Gaston. Impressive talent. Called him the jewel of the Windward's bowling lineup. Next with competition for places in the Windward setup. Surely Gaston, the way that he has bowled, and that crucial knock that he played yesterday of 43 not out, surely this is a man that would retain his place in the squad if he was selected in that team.
Well, with the performances that he's put in this competition so far, he's done him his chances no harm. The rest is left up to the selectors, but he could only control his performance out there in the middle, and he's batted well and he's bowled well. And we also know him to be a very good fielder.
Just remember that run out of Kieran Katoy earlier in the piece was Gaston. There he is going full and straight. So a slight angle down the leg side, but the thinking is also good. Going for the stumps at the number 11. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes for the short one pretty soon. After taking care of business, picking up that 5th wicket. Gaston taking care of business, picking up the 5th wicket very early on in the over. The first delivery, in fact. A chance to wrap things up for Mario Bibi. He's come to the crease. Some indecision. Oh, Sean Hill Edward took a shy at the stumps. The run out was definitely on. Had he hit, it would have been curtains for Bibi. And you often find this a lot. Some indecisive running with the lower order batters.
But it's been a page so far in the St. Vincent effort, because we saw Courtois gifting St. Vincent his wicket via the run out route. We saw a few close calls when Hooper and Haywood were at the wicket. And now with the last pair at the wicket, there seems to be some more indecisive running between the two as Keon continues. Swan batter is wrapped on the body. So yeah, they have been indecisive in their running between the wickets, and they would like to correct that. Yesterday we saw the 10th wicket for St. Lucia put up 73 runs. So St. Vincent would be hoping that these two at the wicket could stay in for as long as possible.
Yes, after this over, 11 overs would remain. And I really felt that as if Hooper would have made a better effort to seen out Gaston, knowing that he's been the chief destroyer of the Vincentian lineup. This one is well played from Jeremy Haywood. Yes, Captain Hooper was doing a good job, but he decided to take on the best bowler in the lineup on the day and gifted his wicket to the St. Lucians and spoiled what could have been a promising total.
What was evident to me before Hooper got dismissed was that he was signaling to the umpire that one of the St. Lucian fielders were outside of the circle. Not sure if that may have caused a lapse in concentration, because the next ball We see a quick single being taken here by the pair. Score moving to 210 for 9. Yeah, just before he was dismissed, he was signaling to the umpire that one of the fielders were outside of the circle where they should not have been. I'm not sure if that would have resulted in a lapse in concentration because he had batted so well up until that point. But nonetheless, the plan that the St. Lucians had for him was set and he fell right into it.
Yes, in addition to that, he also engaged in conversation with some of the players on the field. And Dexter, as a cricketer yourself, you understand that these things take away your focus. He was in the zone, doing a great job for his team, really marshalling the lower order in a regard effort. But your keen eye spotted that. And I can recall, yes, even the Captain Melius did some chipping to him as well. And I feel that he may have batted it for point to prove and wanted to really take out his frustrations on Gaston and perished. But nonetheless, Haywood and Bibi, plenty of overs to bat. Edward, this one is skied, it's in the air. Someone's calling for it. Is that Jaden Elibox? Yes, it is. Elibox, a safe fielder. Pouch is a wonderful catch. We had mentioned that Shawnil Edward to the back end of an innings is very skillful. It just appears to have rolled the fingers on this one, pitched it up. It didn't have the sort of pace that the batter felt that it needed, and he perished.
Yeah, very good end to the innings for the St. Lucia team. Not so much for the St. Vincent team, who are being bowled out inside the 40th over, 39.1 overs, and they've been bowled out for 211 runs. A very good bowling display by St. Lucia. What I'd like to mention is that I really like the fact that Shawnil Edward is being given the responsibility to bowl in the depth as well. That could only aid his growth as a young pace bowler. We know or we spoke about his struggles with the new ball in trying to control that swing with a few wides, especially to the right-handed batters. But he's also shown his ability to come back in the depth and pick up wickets with his variations and with the older ball. A very good effort by the St. Lucians, I must say, in the field.
Yes, they've maintained a high standard in the field, and the quality of the bowling was very good in Gaston. Another 5 wicket haul leading the way, an all around effort. And St. Lucia will be batting soon. We will take a short break. In the meantime, we just want to wish you a good lunch and join us pretty soon. afternoon to your viewers and listeners. Just resolved our technical issues and we're ready for start of the innings. It's Melius to open the batting with Akimo Geist for St. Lucia. Earlier on, we saw that St. Vincent were invited to bat first by the St. Lucians after winning the toss, only able to put up 211. Vincent opening the bowling with some spin. That's off for wide. Melius looks very aggressive early on. You can just look at him and see the intent. Itching to get after the bowling. Very aggressive opening batter by nature. This one back pitched into the surface. Off Neil Lewis gets a game today. Didn't play in the encounter yesterday. It's Lewis to Melius. Not really giving that ball any flight. It's into the surface. It's allowing it to go through with the arm. This one on the leg side again. Melius misses out on the sweep. Doesn't have the feel for that sort of line. Bit of a round arm delivery. And Melius gets this one for the gap. But it's some good feeling by the Vincentian. That looks to be Gibson. The opening batter putting his body on the line for his country. Just what St. Vincent and the Grenadines need. Everyone needs a 100% commitment. Lewis to Melius. Good delivery. Melius competently forward and opens the face. One delivery left. The first one. A big ask, Joe, to give the off spinner the new ball.
I was just thinking about that.
As Melius looking to go aerial. It's in the air, Maloney. Maloney was getting under it, but possibly didn't move quick enough. It was a definite opportunity. Melius, we sense that he wanted to be aggressive. This one was given some flight. He went across the line of the delivery and almost gave away his wicket.
Yes, good afternoon, listeners and viewers. The captain, Melius, he has to temper his aggression, and they're not chasing the big total. 212. You have the rest of the day to score that. So just take it easy. Play each ball on its merit. No need to take any risk. And for a moment, I'm sure he himself, Melius, was thinking that the fielder could get to the ball and take a catch. But he will have to regroup, and himself and the other batsman, they will have to bat as long as possible to get to that 212 victory.
Yes, Melius and Auguste. Two players with first class experience. Melius contracted by the Volcanoes. Auguste contracted by the West Indies Academy. Both of them have captained the West Indies at under 19 level. So we're seeing the future of West Indies batting. It's Bibi. Hakim Auguste. Bit of indecision there. Auguste fresh from a half century. First half century of the tournament. In yesterday's encounter. He is in decent form.
Yeah, so he will need to continue batting well for St. Lucia.
It's Bibi getting that one to Come back into the left-hander. August plays it well. Saw that the opening batter from St. Vincent received a similar delivery from Gaston. So his leg stump doing a cartwheel. August equal to the task, presenting the full face of the bat. Maybe it's a pull shot. There is a fielder out there, but he's just going to watch this one sail over his head. A monstrous six from Akim August very early on in the piece. He was quickly onto that one and latched onto it. And wasn't that powerful?
Yes, a great shot by Hakim Ogis. Bowler pitching short on a right leg stump, making some height, but Ogis was into his wicket in the flash and hitting it over the backward square for 6. Good shot by Ogis.
So positive start by the St. Lucian openers. It's BB. Goes up with the appeal. Ogis was thinking about the single, but sent back by Melius. BB just trying out the middle of the pitch, seeing what's on offer for him. But we didn't mention, and the viewers would know, based on what happened yesterday, Joe, that when the sun bakes this wicket, it becomes more sweet for batting.
Yeah, most definitely.
There is a loud appeal, but the umpire walks away quickly. Good delivery from BB. What do you make of that one, Joe? A bit too high?
Yeah, and probably going down the leg side, but Hakim made the delivery look even better than it was because he played across the line. He did not play straight.
He's playing with the swing. This one is pitched up. They're going for the single. The fielder did put the body on the line, but the effort not enough to prevent two. I think that this is more of the length that BB should operate on, allowing that ball to move back into the left-hander, getting forward, possibly trying to sneak one between bat and pad. But at the end of 2 overs, the score 14 without loss. St. Lucian's in pursuit of 212.
Yes, I would like to see both Hakim Ogis and Kim and Melius play in the V, play straight. And as I said, it is not a big total. And they have the rest of the day to bat to get to that 212. So no need to go for any risky shots. Just play each ball on its merit.
It's true, but as we discussed yesterday, sometimes opening the batting in the power play, just 2 fielders out of the circle. Opening batters feel that they have the license to express themselves and maximize the power play. It's Melius against the off spinner. Ooh. Keeper was unable to do the tidying up there. Very tall off spinner. It's off Neil Lewis. No signal was given, so seems as if there was an edge on this one, Joe.
Yeah, but it was too close for the shot he attempted. So he, as I said, they will have to be careful how they go along chasing that 212. Be careful, just bat, just play normal cricket.
I don't believe the St. Lucian batters are listening. August, one of the best players of spin in the Windward Islands. So wide delivery from Lewis. And if August is in second place, it might only be to that of an Aligafanes. 2 very good players of spin. You see that in that shot there from August. Forward and showing us delightful stroke play. Just mentioning Afanes, he did register 91 today against Grenada and missed out on that century. But our focus is here at the MPP. Oh, yes, that's a beauty. Beautiful delivery by Ophni Lewis, drawing the batter forward.
Melius not getting behind the line of the ball, just staying and pushing forward.
Ophni Lewis getting this one to actually grip in the surface, and there was a hint of turn on that one with the new ball.
Yes, so as I said, Melius will have to be careful.
It just sounds to me that that one was taken. That's you heard the sound of that. That smacked the hand of the fielder very hard. But Melius picks out the man. We mentioned only two fielders are posted out of that circle, and Melius picks out one of them. Tried to be overly aggressive from the start, didn't take his time to get into the innings, and perishes.
I was just talking about that. Take your time, play yourself in. You're just chasing 212. But he perishes, and the Vincentians, they are very happy.
Yes, you just heard that chorus, everyone growing up screaming yes, because they would certainly feel and they're into this game. There would be more work to do because this 212 on this lovely batting surface, the Lucians would feel that they would be more than capable of getting it, but wickets would certainly increase the confidence of the Ascension team. But it's fair to say that Melius has gifted his batting opportunity today.
Yes, after he didn't score much yesterday and now today, he's the captain and he still did not contribute much. So it's left to be seen what the rest of the batting will do to chase that 212. But they scored over 300 plus yesterday, so they have the ability to score the runs. But it would be very good if, Melius and Akimugis would have put on a good partnership, but it was not to be.
So that is gone. That is now in the past. Focus now on August and Noelio and Bibi. Is there an edge on this one? The Vincentians, I believe so, but the umpire just walking away. But no signal given. So this one may have brushed something. Possibly the tiger.
Yeah, probably brushed the thigh pad on the way through.
Yes, it's just that phase of the game where the Vincentians feel on top, appealing for everything. Sometimes the appeal, Joe, is just to put the batters under pressure.
Yes.
It's BB to August. August on that pull shot once more. Gets that gap. Bit of indiscipline creeping into the game of BB and the Vincentians. Doesn't have the feel for that sort of delivery. Well put away by August.
Yes, and Ogis will have to play a very good enough here today. His father is to my left, so he will have to bat for himself and his father and for the rest of the team. And especially using his captain, himself and Leo will have to really put on a good partnership for the solution.
August, the vice captain of this unit. BB's down the leg side once more. We saw it yesterday as well. He's a much better bowler to the right-handers, but didn't get it right early on when bowling to the lefties. Something that he would have to work on. And bowling with that slingy action, he would need to get that ball on or about that off stump. Even a fourth stump line might assist. But Noel Leo has come to the crease. Leo, another player contracted by the Windward Volcanoes, came into prominence at the under 19 level. So Windward's youth player, but made a half century for St. Lucia last year. at the Darren Sammy in quick time, caught the attention of the selectors, was given a contract, played in that breakout league with first class cricket, looked very impressive on debut. One of your favorite players in the country, Joe. But here's Noel Leo, very first delivery, and that's a big six. Goodness gracious me, Noel Leo. Where did that come from?
And he's just not just my favorite player, but he's from my area. He's from the Millet area, and the two of us have a good relationship. I'm always talking to him, so he's a good player, and he's improving all the time. He's wicket keeping also, and so very first ball he hits that over mid wicket area for six. So let's hope he can continue to bat here and Ogis to give St. Lucia a good chance to overhaul that 212.
Yes, Noel Leo, very first ball, dispatching that over the onside for six. He's driving this time. Goes through for the single. St. Lucians seem to be in a rush to get this total. But one thing that you'll be guaranteed of seeing when Noah Leo is at the crease is positive intent.
Yes, but sometimes he have to curb it because a lot of the times he just give his wicket away.
There's August. Another shot one. Dispatched once again. August would have faced much quicker bowlers than this. As we mentioned before, member of the West Indies Academy, fresh from a few half centuries against Sri Lanka. Alright? And this young man here, Bibi, needs to learn the lesson quite quickly. He's trying out the center of the pitch, but it's not working.
Yes, and that's too aggressive player at the wicket. And we need to bat on as long as possible. But we have batting all they have batting all on the other, but I mean if you are well set, don't leave anything else for the batsman. Sure.
Yes. Two batters who love to dominate the bowling. No bowler will feel comfortable bowling to these two gentlemen. Novalio especially loves to time into the fast bowling, and August very adept at dealing with the spin. There's Lewis, Leo, round arm delivery and very quick. Would have expected this tall off spinner Joe to bowl from over the top and make full use of his height, but he's opting to go round arm and dot the ball in, almost as if he's bowling pace. And Noel Leo loves the pace, and my, didn't that travel off the bat quickly? This one was spanked for the offside, Joe.
Yeah, that was a glorious shot by Leo, shot outside Gaston by Lewis, and Leo was back and cutting that square. Good point for a lovely shot by the young man. He needs to continue.
And the thing about Noel Leo is that he's no one trick. There's no one area in which you could confine him. Just listen to the sound of that ball when it meets the middle of his bat. It's looking in ominous form. This one short and wide, and Leo attempting that cut shot once more. Was the shot on, Joe?
No, not really. The ball was a bit too close for that shot.
See off spin at Leo. He slows it up, and Leo is going for the full-blooded drive. Long on his back. Deep mid-wicket. But the boundaries there are not the biggest in the world. Off Neil Lewis completes another over. 3 overs, has picked up 1 wicket for 13. But after just 5 overs, the score 37. It's 37 for 1. Leo 11, 18 after 11. The opening bowler BB has come in for some treatment. And Captain Asif Hooper has made a bowling change. Seem to be happy with the work of the spinner off Neil Lewis, and that has on the other off spinner in the team, Jeremy Haywood. A good move, two left-handers. So another off spinner, Joe.
Yes, a good move by the captain Hooper. And,
Haywood to go east. Haywood did have a good spell yesterday. Need to do even better today for SVG. Okis is giving himself some room to access the offside, and he does so splendidly and crunches this one. And the small crowd is building up here at the MPP and are being treated to some delightful stroke play.
that was a lovely shot by Akim Ogis. He drove swiftly through the covers for 4. So both Ogis and Leo, they are looking good. And they need to continue to bat as long as possible to get to that 212, especially that the captain didn't really contribute much.
Yes, St. Lucia does boast a dangerous batting lineup. This one is short and Ogis is rocking back. This one may have kept a bit low. There's acreage of space out there on the onside. Ogis adept at playing on both sides of the wicket. So walks across and tucks this one into the onside. Two batters supremely fit and very quick between the wickets. Pick up that single. Ogis moves to 22 or 14. Total already into the 40s. Leo on strike. This one turned into the onside. Haywood. Leo is raising this one. A lofted shot over the offside field. A hint of elegance and class in this one from Noel Leo. It's pitched up, and these two batters making full use of every opportunity to score. This is beautiful batting by these two destructive left-handers.
Yes, and they are looking very good at the moment. All they need to do is just play each ball on its merit and just pounce on the loose deliveries. But at the moment, they are looking very good. So they need to continue.
Yes, you mentioned that form is no issue. Confidence is no issue as well. Technical ability, also not an issue for these two St. Lucian batters. First-class cricketers. Ogis would represent the future of West Indies cricket, a former West Indies under 19 captain, current member of the academy. Played against Sri Lankan contingent and was very successful. He's pitching up. Ogis is driving, unable to get the gap. Ogis really developed his game in the middle order growing up, but in recent times found his way at the top. Rocking back and crunching this delivery. He's known for his proficiency against spin. This one is tossed up. Thinking about the single. But during recent times, Ogis has been run out quite a number of times.
So he will need to work on his running between the wickets.
He's very swift between the wickets. He's giving himself some room once more and lofting this one over the offside. Foreign signal by umpire McVeigh, just making that quick adjustment as the bowler was about to release it. Knows that Lewis is attacking the stumps. Decides to give himself a bit of room. It's the second time that we're seeing this from August. Does this to manipulate the field. High quality batting.
Yes, good batting by Ogis and another boundary, this time six. So lovely batting by Ogis. A four and now a six. And then they just have to continue, JJ.
I'm not going to be biased and say that, Joe, but a bit of overcompensation by the bowler was just lofted over the offside. When he was a bit too wide, he decided to fire this one into the pitch. A bit straight. Ogis is rocking back and pulling this one with some authority. As Lewis slows up this one. Ogis is pushing this one for the offside again. Picks up a comfortable two. Ogis looking very dangerous. He's gone for 45 of 22 and has done it in a risk-free fashion. A good accumulator of runs, but he hasn't put a foot wrong as yet.
JJ, both Leo and Ogis, they're almost bringing tears to my eyes because they are playing so swift. They are batting so well, and they need to continue to bat as long as possible because they're not in no trouble at the moment. Batting is so easy for them, so they just have to continue.
Yes, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they need to do something quickly. Captain Asif Hooper is under some pressure. He had things his own way for the majority of the game yesterday, but he's under the pump and he has turned to himself to possibly provide an answer. Asif Hooper picks up the ball. Leo is flashing and flashing hard. This one goes over backward points and goes for four. The St. Lucians are racing at the moment. Asif Hooper himself coming in for some treatment. 4 runs of his first delivery. St. Lucians are really taking the attack to the spinners, not being allowed to settle. He's pitching up, and oh my goodness, no, Leo! That ball has gone into the river. Pinpoint straight. That was a deadly blow, Joe. What skill, what class, what elegance, what power. Joe, describe this one for us.
You have used all the words in the dictionary, JJ, but that was just pure greatness by the young man. A ball pitched up, and he hit it straight like an arrow over the head of the bowler and into the river for six. Lovely batting by both Ogis and Noel Leo. And as I said, they just have to continue batting, and that 212 will be an easy target for them.
Yes, so the umpire having to come out with a new ball. Noel Leo has dispatched that one into the river. One point in time, I felt that that house was in a bit of danger, that window. But the ball striking from Noel Leo, something to behold. We've seen that in recent times for St. Lucia in the Breakout League, in first class cricket as well, when he took on the Barbadian pace attack. This is nothing new from Noel Leo, but a hint of sweetness to it every time you see it. This is really good. And I think whether you support St. Vincent or you support St. Lucia, you need to support the quality of the batsmanship that you're seeing here today.
Yes, after they lose the captain, Kim and Melius, these two, they are really getting to their work and they're doing it professionally. They're playing each ball on its merit, and when the loose one comes along, they dispatch it to the boundary. Good batting by the two.
Asif Hooper under the pump. He's going again. Is that another boundary? This one lofted again. One bounce for four. Asif Hooper, he changed the line, but he didn't change the length. And the thing about Noel Leo is that he has the skill to hit you over the offside and over the leg side. As we mentioned before, he's no one-trick pony. He has it all. But Asif Hooper deciding to change the angle now. He goes around the wicket. Leo just pushes this one into the offside. Not going to be lulled into going after everything. As you mentioned, Joe, possibly that time in the Windward Volcanoes camp may have tempered his aggression just a touch. And there's Leo just pushing the ball down the ground, very intellectual batting.
Yeah, that's what they need. Just be calm, be cool, play each ball on its merit, and the bad balls will come along.
There is Akimogis trying to access the acreage of space on the onside. Remember, only two fielders are allowed out of the circle. And they're really toying with the bowling and toying with the field. I mean, I hate to say it, but the Vincentians look a bit confused out there. Really blindsided by the high quality of the batting.
Yes, and the St. Lucians, they fielded well when they bowled and they catch well. They did everything well in terms of the fielding and the bowling, and now they're just transferred into the batting. Apart from Melius, who gifted his wicket away, these two, they're really playing a gem of an innings, each of them. And what I suggested, they're just doing just that, playing each ball on its merit, and when the bad ball comes along, they dispatch it to the boundary. Good batting by the young man.
Even good balls are disappearing to the boundary and over it. The off spin of Haywood being re-employed. Change of ends for him. There's Noel Leo once again. This one crashes on top of the roof. Another statement shot, a shot of authority and power, timing. Noel Leo in a no nonsense mood. This is carnage.
Carnage of the highest level. Akimogis, Noel Leo, two gems of St. Lucia batting. They are displayed it here today, and the small crowd, they are very jubilant.
The score 83 for 1 after 8.1 overs. Vincentian hands going up and down. Just look at the body language. It's not looking good. Another ball has disappeared outside. Noel Leo making full use of that over pitch delivery, full swing of the bat. Remember, this is a member of the Windward Volcanoes team, and it's so important that once you've been at a higher level and you come down to a lower one, you must showcase your ability and stamp your authority. Leo has done just that. It's Haywood. He's pitching up again. Did he get an inside edge on this one? Noel Leo trying to repeat the dose. Maybe the blood is getting hot, the adrenaline is pumping.
Yeah, so as I said, he just have to temper his aggression, play each ball on his merit, but they're doing well at the moment.
Noel Leo 36 of 16 in the very quick half century in the tournament last year. A short one and being given the treatment. This one crashes into the fence once again. The balls are being lost, the balls are being damaged. I think this one needs to be inspected by the umpire. Hayward is pushing that ball through, trying to cramp Leo for room, but Leo good enough to open that hip very quick onto the back foot and give this one some punishment.
Yes, and Leo is really on a rampage here this afternoon and putting the Vincentian bowlers under pressure. And also, Gis playing a very good hand. So good going by the young men.
Leo 42 of 17. A much quicker delivery. They're going for the single. Leo 43 of 18. He's looking good, looking dangerous. Ominous signs for the Vincentians. Small total of 211. Since already 90 for one, and we're still in the first power play. August. August is swiping across the line, but educatedly so. Just broke the wrist on this one because he's been so good for the offside that there's no one patrolling the boundary on the leg side. So with the bowler bowling around the wicket, the angle into him, the shot was definitely on. Broke the wrist at the last moment, hit it all along the ground. And that bat must be a good one because didn't have the greatest of timing, but still sped away to the boundary.
Yes, and the bad thing for the Vincentians, runs are coming from both ends. So they're in a lot of trouble. So good going by the two, Noel Leo and Akimogis.
Yes, and the bad thing as well is that the runs are coming off both sides of the wicket. They need to just bowl to a plan. So he would. Ogis is coming back and punching this one on the ground, picking up the single. Two batters are looking good, providing some afternoon entertainment for the viewers and listeners and for the crowd, which is slowly building up. 95 for one after 9, Joe. Ogis 44 of 25. Leo 43 of 18. Is this a T10 or T20, Joe?
Yeah, it looks like one of them. But these two guys, they are batting very well indeed. And I think they can achieve the score without losing any more wickets because they're in no trouble. No, they're batting so well out there. So no need to make anything or take any risk. And they just have to continue batting as they're batting at the moment. Good going by the two.
The Vincentians must believe that if they can just prize out a wicket, they can open the floodgates. Tijan Pope brought on in that hope that he could be the man to make something happen for the Vincentians. Picked up a few wickets yesterday. Man posted at forward square. BB's brought into the circle at fine leg. A deep mid wicket brought out. So protection was there on the leg side, but here is Akim Ogis going over the offside, really toying with the field, showing you the class and the intelligence of the man.
Yes, and JJ, you can recall it was last year that he scored that 302 here. Oh, that was a gem of a knock. And when he's in that mode, he's difficult to bowl at, and he's looking very good. Both Lee and Leo, they're looking dangerous.
Ogis 48 of 26, going for the swipe again. He's been given out by the umpire, much to his bemusement. Unsure of what happened here, but Ogis usually a man that when he edges the ball, he will walk off without questioning it. Not saying that he did, but that gesture that he gave, very unhappy with what has transpired. But as we mentioned, Joe, the Vincentians, they just must believe that if they can pick up wickets, they can still fight their way back into this game, and they've done just that. The dangerous Akeem Ogist goes for 48 of 27, made that decision to tuck this one onto the leg side. It didn't make contact by his gesture, but according to the umpire, he must have heard or seen something, and he's the one best placed to make that decision. He's given it out. The Vincentians appealed. They heard something, but all of that is in the past now. But we must remember that Ogis gave us some afternoon delight.
Yes. It was dessert after our lunch. But the umpire is in the best position. And he raised the dreaded finger, and Akim had to go. But he entertained the crowd, himself and Leo. And so they have a good platform in which to just bat normal, the rest of the batsmen, play each ball on its merit, and then dispatch the bad ones. So sad way to go, Akim Ogis.
Yes, but the left-handers batting union of St. Lucia is very strong, and one talented left-hander replaces another. John L. Eugene has come to the crease, another Windward Islands Volcanoes contracted player. Remember growing up, he was a part of that West Indies under 19 squad. Made his first class debut this year. It's a pull shot. Cries of catch. Eugene almost falling into the trap. But the Vincentians are up and buzzing as we welcome back Dexter.
Hi, good afternoon, Jamal. Good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. Certainly, it's been an enterprising inning so far in this St. Lucia's reply. And Akim and Noel have gone about the business very, very well so far. And we see that Tijon Pope has gotten the breakthrough for St. Vincent as he continues to go. And another shot delivery. John L goes through for the shot, shouts of catch it, and it's dropped. It's dropped on the boundary. Number 13. Guilty party there on this occasion. Haywood. Another short delivery from Tijon Pope. John L into the shot, not in full control, and being dropped on the backward square leg boundary. We see that clearly the St. Vincent bowlers, they've done their homework on John L. Eugene, and very early on in his innings, it's something that teams have tried out against him, the short ball ploy, almost perishing on that occasion.
It's Leo punching this one in the air. But such is the brilliance of his batting that all the fielders are on the circle. But unfortunate drop catch here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. We mentioned it. They would feel that if they can get one breakthrough, if they can just get one breakthrough, they can maybe open up the floodgates. They're up there buzzing. They're feeling as if they're back into the contest. Tishan Pope was brought on for that purpose. Opened the door just a little bit. But after 10 overs, the score 103 for 2.
Yes, the St. Lucians, they've gotten off the blocks very quickly. Noel Leo and Akim Ogis, they scored very freely and at a rapid rate. And they've almost half the deficit only after the batting power play. But one thing is that the St. Vincent tactic of 9 overs of spin, the first over where pace was introduced, is what did the trick. Did they miss a trick there, JJ?
Certainly. Hindsight is 2020. Hindsight is the best sight, so we'll certainly feel that way. But there's Haywood to Eugene. Just works this one. Eugene really needs to settle into his innings. Almost falling That short ball tactic didn't score much yesterday. A real chance to knuckle down after this solid start. Get a score by his name. Leo on 43 from 20. Surely needs to ensure that he gets the half century. Off spin of Haywood into the pitch. Leo looking for the single. You just get a sense that Leo has calmed down now that Auguste has gone.
Haywood continues. Noel trying to steal a single into the offside, but unable to do so. His score remains on 104 for 2. One thing that viewers and listeners will be looking for from Noel Leo here is how he continues in his innings. He is well known for those explosive stats. Can he carry on as Haywood continues? A big swipe across the line. Very close to the off stump. Almost being bowled down on that occasion. As I was saying, surely that what we will be looking for from Noel is how he carries on in this innings now that he's gotten a start. He's 43 of 24. How does he go from here?
It's a good question that sure the viewers would want answered. An inside edge, but that rest of the bat must have been the quicker delivery from Haywood. Noel Leo profits from another boundary. It's a good point that you have raised because when you look at Noel Leo, you see all the shots in the world. You see the talent. It's there. You understand that this is a man who has the guts, the willingness to take the attack to the opposition, but you always wonder, is the application there? Is the willingness to dig in deep to bat time? This is what he needs to answer today. It would be a good thing for him to get St. Lucia over the line. It's already in 48. But here's Pope, the man who provided that crucial breakthrough. Got the wicket of Auguste, caused some problems for Eugene. As you mentioned previously, there is a lot of talk in cricketing circles that John L. Eugene is susceptible to the short pitch delivery. And it's no wonder that as soon as he came in, he was greeted with such.
Yes, he has had his struggles against the short ball early on in his innings, and Tijon Pope will be looking to exploit that here. But on this occasion, going full, well executed Yorker. Jonel was equal to the task on that occasion. The score is 108 for 2. Noel Leo, he's 47 of 25, and Jonel, he is 4 runs of 3 deliveries. Jonel would really want to get into the act after seeing how Noel and Akim went about the business early on. As Tijon continues, another short delivery, this one rising. Acrobatic save there by the keeper. Wide call by the umpire.
Yes, the plan is definitely there. Players in the first class setup, Ambrose, Maloney, Hooper, and Douglas. They would know the weaknesses of the players. There's Eugene rocking back and trying to open up the face of the bat to steady this one past the field at backward point. Not being given much opportunity to get onto that front foot to stroke the ball away, which is a strength of his. There's Pope banging this one in again. But Jonah Eugene makes a good connection on this occasion and powerfully put away.
Yes, perfect execution by John L on that occasion. Tijon Pope again testing him out with a short delivery into his body. But he had enough time on this occasion to get underneath it and help this one all the way for six. Score 115 for two.
Yes, but if you're gonna bowl a short delivery, surely it cannot end up waist high. And this one didn't really have the height to threaten Eugene. Looked quite comfortable. The ball about waist high, waist height. But sometimes, Dexter, a shot like that can deter the opposition from bowling any more short deliveries. Or it might just encourage them to want to see you do it again.
As Pope comes in to bowl to Noel, this one is punched off the back foot into the offside. They cross through for a single. The score moves on to 116 for two. Well, yeah, the opportunity was created off the short ball, and it's just unfortunate that they failed to drop the catch. And what tends to happen is that the batsman grows in confidence. So we've seen the other short deliveries that have been bowled at him. He's been able to handle them quite comfortably.
John L. Eugene getting inside the line, raising that one leg in stylish fashion and whipping this one away, picking up another boundary. So again, that one didn't really come up to the height of the chest. It was about hip height. And Eugene plays this one away skillfully.
He has very productive shot here by Eugene, getting in the line of this one and getting it all the way down to the boundary for four, moves his tally up to 14 of 7 deliveries. So yeah, they've attacked him with the short ball, but since that chance was created, he's looked quite comfortable. Since the introduction of Tijon Pope, we've seen that run scoring has not been reduced. However, he's created a few more chances than we saw earlier. But the St. Vincent team, the captain, they continue to persist with the spin of Haywood.
Leo on 48. This one pitched up. There is a hint of turn. There is a hint of turn. Leo just calling for someone to take the helmet. More comfortable facing up against the spin. Without it, as we know, Leo does enjoy going big against the spin. He did so quite early on, but was starved of the strike for a little while. Just might have lost that momentum that he had. Looking to restart the engine. Rocks back and punches out to Ambrose. A short cover. Haywood to Leo. So very close, attempting the cut. Haywood doing well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, Haywood is building a bit of pressure here. Noel, knowing that he's 2 runs away from a half century, seems to be eager to get there. This one, he gets it, cuts it away. They come through for one, moves to 49. The score goes up to 121 for two. But Haywood here in this over has seen one spin past the bat of Leo, has been encouraged by that, and he continues to hold that line outside the off stump of the left-handers. This one, well bowled, John L coming forward and defending. There's no run. But Haywood definitely coming into his own here in that over.
Haywood looking good to the two left-handers. This one over pitched and sweetly driven by Eugene. Bisects that gap. He's looking good, John L. Eugene. Another good player of spin. First class player, so does have the skill and the ability to get the job done for St. Lucia. Asif Hooper ringing in the changes. St. Lucian's really coming out with positivity. Even Eugene is 18 of just 10. And Noel Leo 49 of 30. So the St. Lucian's doing it quite quickly.
Yeah, they've been scoring quite freely. They're currently going at a rate of 9.9. The required rate is only down to just above 2 runs and over. As we see a bowling change, it's Othniel Lewis. He's coming in for his fourth over. He's the one who opened the bowling. He's picked up 1 wicket for 25 runs. It's Noel, one away from a half century. Short delivery, and he tries to cut this one. There's an appeal from the St. Vincent players. Not out, says the umpire. It was a very big appeal. The keeper and the bowler going up. Not out, says the umpire. So Noel remains on 49.
Noel just indicating that this one came off his shoulder. This one made some significant height. Othniel Lewis, the tall man. Leo on 49 punches this one down the ground. Picks up his second half century for St. Lucia. His second in 2 years. His family has come out to support him. A small crowd rising appreciation of a good knock for Leo. Othniel Lewis. Now as Eugene in his side, but a really good knock from Leo. 50 or 32.
Yeah, very mature inning from Leo so far. And would expect or hope that he could continue the good work that he's put in so far. So Othniel Lewis continues, and John L. tugs this one into the offside, and they go for 1. Score goes up to 127, 128 for 2, sorry. But yeah, Noel has shown the application. He got off to a flyer, and he now has to consolidate, and
He goes for a reverse sweep. Oh my God, this one is a very good shot. A bit of innovation there from the batsman. Reverse sweep past the fielder at short third man for 4. Really showing his ability here today, Noel. He has gotten off to an explosive start, as I keep repeating, and we've expect that he could carry on from here and get a big one for himself and get his team home.
Yes, we mentioned it yesterday, where we acknowledge that wicketkeepers tend to be good sweepers and reverse sweepers of the ball, having to watch the ball off the pitch consistently. They became good judges of line and length. And we had mentioned that Leo does have all the shots in the world. He's rocking back and trying to cut. You just feel that he still needs to settle down. Celebrated at the half century with that reverse sweep, but there's still a job to do. Score 132 for 2. Solution needing a further 80 runs. And they still have 216 balls to do it at a required run rate of just 2.2 runs per over.
yeah, it looks very ominous from here, but there's still 80 runs to get, and Noel would love to be there until the end for St. Lucia. We know how destructive he could be, but we want to see him transition through his innings as John L. He tried to hit this one out the park, not getting enough bat on this one. One bounce to the fielder on the square leg boundary. They go through for 1. But we really want to see the batsmen out there not throw the wicket away. Get stuck in for a very long time.
Baffled me to see John L. Eugene trying to slog the ball. St. Lucia in full control. And surely with Noel Leo going as well as he is, putting those boundaries, the role for Eugene should be quite simple. Just keep rotating the strike. He's already going well, 20 of 12. The spinners are in operation. something that he's very comfortable with. So surely he wouldn't want to throw away such a good start. Gene rocks back and plays it for straight bat. Looks quite competent.
What we've seen from the St. Vincent ploy is that there will be lots of spin. And as Haywood continues, this one goes down the leg side. They go through for one leg by. Score moves up to 134, 35 for 2. Noel Leo, he is 55 of 36 as he comes into strike now. Jeremy Yewood into his fifth over. Pull down. Straight delivery, flighted on the off stump. Noel goes for a big heave over the long on region and misses this ball completely. He gets bowled.
Not sure what happened there, but as Leo was bowled, he just grimaced in pain. Not sure if he's indicating that he pulled something, but Leo has really thrown away a good start. You had questioned Dexter if he had that ability to capitalize on a good start and really take the team over the line, but he must still be commended for this innings. Sometimes when chasing a low total, this is the way to go about it. An explosive start tends to really get you in the game and just take away any hopes or belief from the opposition. So Leo must be applauded for that hit. A really vital knock in these proceedings.
Yes, for sure. Very effective innings this was from Noel Leo. After losing Kimani Melius early on in the piece, he really had a job to come in and take the attack to the St. Vincent bowlers, and that he did in partnership with Akim Ogis. They really took the game away from the St. Vincent team out there. A little bit of disappointment in the manner of his dismissal, having been set with just over 2 runs required for victory for his team. Would have really loved to see him carry his bat throughout the innings, but nonetheless, a very effective innings, and it's placed his team in a great position. And we have a new batsman, Shadrach Destat, walking out to the middle for St. Lucia. Another left-handed batter. Jamal, probably that's why the Vincentians have opted for 3 off spinners so far.
Yes, and that's why I call it the left-handed batting union of St. Lucia. Very strong. Shadrach Descat. One would call him one of the more powerful ones going around. A real punisher of the bowling, Shadrach Descat. Man in the Windward's volcano setup. Supremely fit. That over comes to an end. Score 146 for 3. We listed his credentials as a bowler when St. Lucia were in the field. But as a batter, I think Descat in recent times has been the most destructive batter in the Windward tournament, not just for St. Lucia, the entire tournament, because he has had 2 centuries and there was 1 century where he got over 150. So Descat known for clearing boundaries, man who has played the CPL, very dangerous batter, especially against spin, whether off spin, leg spin, left arm spin. He plays it well and hits it well.
Yes, Descat on that occasion trying to manufacture a shot that was not on there as Othniel Lewis continues into his 6th over. He's picked up 1 for 31. This one was way too close to Shadrach for him to try to be cutting this delivery. But he's well known for his explosive batting against spin bowling. A very busy batter as Lewis comes into him. This one is flighted. Digs this one out, but there's no run. The score remains on 136 for 3. With the required rate of 2.15 runs and over, surely that destruction, the longer that Shadrach stays out there, the quicker we would see the end of this game.
There is Descott rocking back and trying to cut. As you mentioned, there's a very busy batter. 2 centuries for St. Lucia at this level in recent times. But the first class century for the Windward Volcanoes team and the Darren Sammy. And so another young man whose star is on the rise for the Windward's team. Off Neil Lewis is bowling well, bowling quite quickly into the surface. I haven't really seen him give the ball a good rip. Not much turn, but he has been getting bounce. Very tall man. And then we see that bounce again, the keeper having to jump to collect that one. So an over the stump, but Eugene is attempting to cut. Solution batters need to settle to not give away this promising start.
As the over comes to an end, the score 138 for free after 16 overs. Noel Leo, he got to 55. Akim Ogis got 48. And at the wicket, we have Jonel Eugene and Shadrach Descat. In the wickets for St. Vincent, we have Ophni Lewis, Tijon Pope, and Haywood, all picking up 1 wicket. St. Lucia only needing 74 runs of 240 deliveries at 2.18 runs and over. Thanks to the contributions earlier from Noel Leo and Akim Ogis, these two were very brutal innings, which really took the life out of the St. Vincent bowlers and fielders. As Haywood continues to Jonel, this one is defended back to the bowler and the score remains on 138 for free. Surely with just 74 runs needed, we would love to see that the St. Lucian batters out there really apply themselves and get their team over the line. Nothing out of the ordinary required at this moment. As we see Jonel slapping this one, an opportunity, valiant effort there by the man at long on, dropping just short. And the score moves up by 139 for free. This brings Shadrach on strike to Haywood.
Yes, not sure why Eugene is taking it on in this fashion. Almost giving away his wicket there was Eugene. And that field had been more alive to the opportunity. Shadrach Descat, we mentioned, known for his power. Tends to bully the bowling. Pitched up and driving this one down the ground. Man was really embedded himself in the volcano setup. As we mentioned, it's always important to enhance your credentials as a player, and he certainly has. There's Eugene again. Competently forward. Haywood has impressed, but needs to pick up more wickets for SVG. Eugene had moved across. You could have seen the leg stump, and that is why the Vincentians were interested in the appeal. But you just saw Kieran Kotoy moving down the leg side. So that must have given the umpire some indication that this one was missing leg. Here to Eugene. Making a slight advancement down the track. At the end of another good over from Haywood. 2 off spinners doing well for SVG. SVG is really trying to claw their way back into the game.
Yeah, we've seen a reduction in the scoring rate for the last 2 overs. The scoring rate was nearing bordering 10 runs and over maybe 3 overs ago, 4 overs ago, and now it's down to 8 runs and over. So that must be commendable by Jeremy Awood and who is operating in tandem. And the score is now 141 for 3 after 17 overs as the players will now break for drinks. St. Lucia, they will set a target of 212 runs. The the equation at the moment, they're needing 71 runs of 198 balls. John L. Eugene at the crease is 22 off 22, and Shadrach, who is just joined, is 3 runs off 5 deliveries. Earlier, we saw very explosive innings from Akim August and Noel Leo. Akim falling too short of his half century. Noel Leo getting his half century in very quick time, but not being able to capitalize on the start and carry his team all over the line. Nonetheless, his team would be are in a very, very good position due to his efforts early on. As we welcome back Joe to the commentary box.
Thank you, Dexter. And the St. Lucians there going along the business very well. They need to score 100, 212 for victory, and at the moment they are 141 for free. Jonel Eugene is on 22 from 22, and Sadrach the Scott is 3 from 5. So these two will have to continue and bat as long as possible to get to that 212. The St. Lucia, but they bat very deep, and so they have a good chance to overhaul that 212. But cricket is a funny old game, and you never know what will happen. So they just need to play each ball on its merit. So we'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes because the players have gone for a drinks break.
We are about to resume the action out in the middle. Othniel Lewis is to bowl to Shadrach Descat. This one is well defended by Descartes. Othniel Lewis has bowled 6 overs into his 7th. He's picked up 1 wicket for 33 runs. Not a big turn of the ball, but he tends to work the angles and get some extra bounce as he comes in. This one is off the inside edge, goes out to the square leg region. There's no run. It's not a big spinner of the ball. Has a side arm sort of variation to his bowling. It comes into Shadrach. This one is punched off the back foot. There's no run. Shadrach is 3 of 8 as he faces up to Lewis. This one is flighted. Shadrach goes for an expansive drive over the top. 3 bounces into the boundary and he picks up 4 runs there. Not a very convincing shot, but it brings 4 runs to the total. Score moves up to 145 for 3.
Yes, a good shot by the Scots, though not in total control, but it was far from any fielder, and he got 4, so they just need to continue batting normal.
As Lewis comes in again to Shadrach, this one is punched back to the bowler and there's no run. So it's not a bad over so far from Lewis, just the 4 runs from it. One more delivery. He would love to close this off with a dot ball or wicket. It comes into Shadrach. This one is flighted and finishes well. It's a dot ball. So after 18 overs, the score remains on 145 for 3. In 18 overs, St. Lucia chasing a target of 212. They require further 67 runs. So far for St. Lucia, the 3 batsmen to have been dismissed: Kimani Melius, Noel Leo, and Akim August. With a target of just 67 required in 192 balls, we expect that the St. Lucians are the happier of the 2 teams at the moment, as Haywood continues from the commentary box end. As he bowls to John L again, gets this one to spin past the bat of John L. This is the 2nd time in consecutive overs that we've seen Haywood bowl a lot slower, and he has been able to generate some spin off the surface as he continues to John L, who is a lot more circumspect this time, defending this one. So Haywood really causing some problems there for the St. Lucian payout in the middle.
Yes, but they just have to be patient and play each ball on its merit and play straight as possible.
Haywood to continue as he bowls a faster one to John L. and negotiates this well. Tight over so far, 3 dot balls. He's into his 7th over. As he continues, this one is a lot slower. Flighted outside the off stump. John L is not tempted into a shot. Score remains on 145 for 3. We're into over number 19. As Haywood continues to John L, a flighted delivery. This one driven back into his boot. Trying to force this one. But Haywood, he's been tight in this over. 5 dot balls so far. He would love to close this over off with a dot ball as he comes into John L. This one is left outside the off stump. And a maiden over from Jeremy Haywood. He has bowled 7 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 43 runs. The first maiden over in the St. Lucian innings. Score remains on 143 for 45 for 3. John L is on 22 of 28. And Shadrach, he is 7 of 11.
Yeah, so as I said earlier, they are not under no pressure. They have all the time in the world to score the remaining runs. They just have to play normal cricket, play each ball on its merit, and the loose ball will come along.
As Lewis continues to discard this one again. It's defended well. There's no run. The required equation, 67 runs required from 185 deliveries. Just 2 runs and over. As Lewis continues, Shadrach tries a late cut. There's no run. The fielder at the short third man region, Kotoy, comes across to prevent any single. So in partnership, Haywood and Lewis, they've bowled really well together. They've kept things tight. They've reduced the scoring rate that was close to 10, maybe six overs ago. It's now down to 7.7 as he continues to Shadrach. This one is hoiked into the leg side. Is this a chance? No, it's well over the fielder's head, and that's 6 runs. Shadrach getting deep into his crease, getting low, and pulling this one high over the deep mid-wicket region for 6. Score moves on to 151 for 3. Shadrach Descat, he moves into double figures. He is 13 of 15. 2 deliveries left in the 8th over from Haywood. Shadrach giving himself some room and slashing this one for the offside. All the way to the boundary for 4. So consecutive boundaries here from by Shadrach of the bowling of Lewis. Pushing the score along to 155 for 3. So Shadrach really taking the attack to Lewis at the moment. Lewis, one more ball into his 8th over as he comes to Shadrach. This one is tucking the batsman up and he gets a dot ball to finish. His figures read 8 overs, 1 for 53. St. Lucia, they are well set on 155 for 3. 57 more runs required.
Yes, fruitful over for the St. Lucians as Descat got a 6 and a 4 in the over. So he freed the shackles somewhat. So as I said, the bad balls will come along, so they just need to play normal cricket, and the 212 can be achieved easily.
Yes, as it's Haywood to continue to John L. This one is punched back to the bowler and there's no run. We've not seen a lot of pace being employed by the St. Vincent team. There's only 1 or 2 overs, I think it is, of pace bowling from Tijon Pope. It's been all spin, but the St. Lucians, they've handled it well. As John L driving this one down to long on, they come through for 1. Score goes on to 156 for the loss of 3 wickets. John L takes his tally up to 23. Saw Shadrach in the last over, using his feet, moving around in the crease, hitting 2 boundaries. He's set to face. This one is hit down to the fielder on the cover boundary. Adds 1 to his total. He moves on to 18, a runner ball 18. Jeremy Haywood, he's bowled 8.3 overs. He's picked up 1 wicket for 55 runs. As he continues, he's bowling to John L. This one is flighted and it's powerfully straight back past the bowler. The fielder on the boundary comes across. They could only get 1. The score goes up to 158 for 3. Haywood continues to Shadrach. This one is short and Shadrach pulls this one. Doesn't get a lot of bat onto it, but gets enough to get it past the fielder inside the circle. And that one goes away for 4. Good shot there by Shadrach.
Yes, and Descat continuing to bat well. And himself and Janelle Eugene, they just have to continue bat and play sensible cricket, and the 212 will be achieved.
1 more ball in the over as Haywood comes to Shadrach, and this one is hit out into the offside. They come for 4-1. So productive over here for St. Lucia. Haywood, he's bowled 9 overs. He's picked up 1 for 61. 8 runs coming off the last over. Way above the required rate for the St. Lucia team. They are well poised on 163 for 3. John L. Eugene, he is 24 31 deliveries. And he is ably supported by Shadrach. He is on 23 of 20. He's picked up his scoring rate in the last 2 overs. As Othniel Lewis continues, this will be his 8th over. He's bowled 7 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 37 runs so far. As he comes in to bowl to Shadrach, this one is flighted and driven into the gap, and this one has the legs to go all the way for 4. A very good shot there from Shadrach, and he looks to have changed gears in the last 2 overs.
Yeah, beautiful shot there by Descartes. Exquisitely played through the covers for 4. Lovely shot.
Lewis to continue. Shadrach again giving himself room. Tough chance there for Ambrose. Seem to have carried. Looks like he has done some damage to his hand there in diving forward to take this catch. Seems to have done some damage to his finger on his right hand. But again, here we see Shadrach giving himself room and trying to be aggressive, trying to hit Lewis over the offside. Previously, he hit him all along the ground for 4. This time, he's trying to take the aerial route. Wasn't successful, but looked to have done some damage to the hand of Sunil Ambrish there. Not a good sight. We hope that he's okay as he walks off the field to get some medical attention. St. Lucia, they remain on 167 for 3. We are inside the 22nd over. 2 balls bowled, 4 runs off the over so far. John L, he is 24 of 31. And Shadrach, he is 27 of 22 deliveries. And he has changed gears. He has tried to take the attack to the 2 spinners who have been operating in Lewis and Haywood. They've reduced the scoring rate that the St. Lucians were operating at, but with a required rate of just over 2. Surely the writing is on the wall.
Yeah, that's why I said they need not to take any risk. Just bat and play normal cricket. And the bad balls will come along and they will capitalize on it. But so far, so good. Janelle Eugene and Shadrach Descartes, they are getting the job done efficiently.
So we are about to resume the action out in the middle as Lewis continues to Shadrach. This one is driven powerfully straight back past the bowler. The fielder had long on, fumbles the stop, so they're able to come through for 2. The score goes to 169 for 3. Shadrach moves on to 29. It's now 43 runs required for victory. Lewis would love to get a wicket here for St. Vincent. As he comes in, goes past the umpire, goes to Shadrach, who gives himself room and hits this one into the offside. A good stop there by the fielder. They come through for 1 and they will go through for the second. There's a chance for a run out. Oh, but a misfield. Fumble by the bowler on the return. The umpire here is signaling 1 shot. There is an appeal from the St. Vincent fielders. There is an appeal from the St. Vincent fielders to the square leg umpire. Shadrach may have been out of his crease. The stumps, the bills were dislodged. But the umpire, he had signaled 1 run shot of the 2 that was previously completed. It's a debate out in the middle. Emotions are high. But as the dust settles, the score remains on 170 for 3. John L on 24 of 31. And Shadrach, he is 30 of 24 deliveries. Lewis, he has built pressure. He has done well for his team so far. Shadrach is looking to put him under more pressure, looking to capitalize on any loose deliveries that might be on offer. 2 more deliveries left in over number 22. Shadrach settles to face Lewis. There's a change in the field. The slip is removed. He is dropped to a short third man. There's a point cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, mid wicket, square leg, and a deep square leg. This one is punched straight to the fielder. They go through for one, and they get there comfortably in the end. The score moves up by 171 for 3. One more delivery remaining in over number 22, being bowled by Lewis. John L. Eugene comes on strike now as Lewis goes past the umpire right now. So he's giving himself room here. John L. Punch this one into the cover region. They go for one. So it's very good to see that the St. Lucian batters, they've not been bogged down. They have found ways to rotate the strike and dispatching the bad deliveries that have been on offer.
Yes, that's exactly what they have to do. No pressure on them. As I said, just play normal cricket, conventional batting, and everything will be okay. 212 is not far away. So just play sensible cricket. So at the moment, the St. Lucians, they are on top, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they will want to take 1 or 2 wickets quickly to put some pressure on the rest of the batting order. But at the moment, it's all St. Lucia.
Yes, one thing I think that St. Vincent may have tried to do was bowl another pacer, but it's the spin of Haywood to continue as Jonell uses his feet and hits this one straight back past the bowler for 4. Good use of the feet there from Jonell, and hits this one powerfully straight back past the bowler. 4 more runs added to the total. Moves on to 176 for 3, St. Lucia. John L. Eugene, he is now on 29 of 33 deliveries. Jeremy Haywood, he's into the last over of his allotment. He has bowled 9.1 overs, picked up 1 wicket, but he's gone for 65 runs so far. As the St. Lucian pair out in the middle, they continue to be positive. They've not allowed the St. Vincent bowlers to get away with any loose deliveries. They've been able to dispatch those to the boundary while picking up the 1s and 2s in between as Haywood continues. John L. using his feet again, this time hitting this one along the ground, wide off the long on fielder who goes to his left and pick up. The batsman cross for 1. They score 177 for 3. John L. moves on to 30 as Haywood continues to Shadrach. This one is flighted and Shadrach hits this one into the offside. They go through for 1. And there's a loud call of no from John L. for the second run. They remain on 1. The score goes on to 178 for 3. We are inside over number 23. Halfway through the 23rd over. 34 runs required. This one is cut well by John L. Good use of the pace of the bowler. He rocks back and opens the face of his bat. Very good shot all the way down to the third man boundary for 4. John L. continues to impress in his innings so far.
Yes, he has been out of form, but he's beginning to look good now. And that's what I'm talking about. You play sensible cricket, and then the bat balls will come along, and then you capitalize, and that's exactly what he did. Good shot.
Yes, he really made room for himself on this occasion and expertly played as he would continues. 2 more deliveries in his over. This one is punched back up to the fielder in the cover region and there's no run. So John L has really applied himself here today. He looks to be set on getting a score for himself. 34-36. So this one is hit out to the Fielder on the cover boundary goes through for another single. This brings over number 23 to an end. The score is 183 for 3. St. Lucia, they're in pursuit of 212 runs for victory. They require further 29 runs, just over 1 run per over. Out in the middle, we have John L. Eugene. He's 35 of 37. And Shadrach Descat is there with him. The two of them, they've batted well together after we saw the dismissal of Noel Leo. They've really come together and dismissed any thoughts of a St. Vincent comeback in this game. As we see Lewis to continue into his 9th over. As he flights this delivery, Jonell drives into the offside. Fielder there putting his body on the line to prevent any addition to the St. Lucian score. Lewis continues as he bowls to Jonell. This one is shot one, dropped at slip. Jonell flashed hard at this one. This was short and wide. Really swung with all his might at that one. A sharp catch. Sharp chance for the fielder at slip. Looks like Maloney, but he put it down. 4 runs added to the total.
Yes, and there is a saying, if you go in, go hard. And Janelle did go hard and to the top edge, and Maloney couldn't hold on and down to the boundary for 4. So 4 welcome runs to Janelle Eugene and the St. Lucia team.
Yes, indeed. The score moves up to 187 for 3. John L. He is 39, 11 runs of a half century. Maybe that's on his mind. As Lewis continues, does the fielding of his own bowling. Score remains on 187. He's 39 of 40 with a mere 25 runs remaining. Surely, maybe he has a half century on his mind.
Yes, he has a good chance to register a half century.
Lewis has other ideas as he comes in to Jonell. Ball on the line of the leg stump. This one worked to Hooper into the mid-wicket region. There's no run. 25 runs required. 158 deliveries still left in the game. Jonell drives this one back to the fielder. Lewis fields. There's no run. Lewis is bowled 8.5 overs. He's picked up 1 wicket. He's gone for 50 runs. He's operated well for St. Vincent, but as he comes into Jonell, again, this one is worked straight to the mid-wicket fielder. The batsmen are unable to complete any run. Brings the over to an end. 25 runs required of 156 balls. St. Lucia set a target of 212. They are 187 for 3 after 24 overs.
Yes, excellent cricket being played by the St. Lucians. Earlier this morning, they restricted St. Vincent and the Grenadines to just 211, and now they are just 25 runs away from victory. So, good all-around performance by the St. Lucia team. And remember, they won the game yesterday at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. They defeated Grenada. So the St. Lucians are doing very well indeed.
Shadrach is on strike, and Shadrach hits this one long and high outside of the park. A very good shot by Shadrach, who seems to want to have an early night. 6 runs moves the score up to 193 for 3. Shadrach may have heard me mention that Jonell may be looking for a half century. He is now moved his tally up to 38 of 26 deliveries. And surely he too would be thinking as to whether he could get the half century. Shadrach hitting that one high and far outside the park. Likely to have caused some damage to a vehicle parked outside the park. Very mighty hit there by Shadrach. St. Lucia only needing 19 runs to overhaul the St. Vincent target. They've gone about the business today in a no nonsense manner. Kimani Melius didn't get off today, but the partnership between Aki Mogis and Noel Leo really took the life out of the St. Vincent team. They batted at a rate that was way above the required rate. And St. Vincent, they had no answer to the attacking mind frame of these two. And Shadrach and Jonel, they've continued the work. As they would continue, Shadrach cuts this one into the offside. And they go through for one. So Joe, now both batsmen are set on 39 runs. The partnership has been a very good one. 58 runs of 56 deliveries with only 18 needed. Who gets to the half century?
Well, it will be a race between them to get to the half century, but very good batting between the two. And they just need to continue batting until they achieve the 212.
Surely for St. Lucia, looking out there, they would not want to lose another wicket, but St. Vincent, they would want to get as many wickets as they can as Jonel swings this one. 6 runs over the square leg boundary. This one was shot from the bowler, and Jonel rocked back and hit this one high and far over the square leg boundary. 6 runs. He now moves on to 45 or 44 deliveries. And with that shot, the 200 comes up for St. Lucia. Only 12 more required.
Good batting by Jonel, and let's hope he gets his 50.
As he continues to Jonel, who uses his feet and swings this one. One bounce to the field out on the mid-wicket boundary. Clearly an attempt by Jonel to get to that half century. As Shadrach comes in to strike, he's on 39. So this over has been 6-1, 6-1. Two more deliveries left in this over from Haywood. Shadrach is on strike. He bowls. This one is edged and taken at slip. Sharp catch. A good grab there by Maloney at slip. And this brings the end to a very good inning by Shadrach. He is caught off the bowling of Haywood for 39 of 28 deliveries. St. Vincent, they pick up their fourth wicket. Really against the run of play.
Yes, and that was a big hit there by Gaston to the outside edge, and the ball going into the groin area of the fielder, but he held on to it. He pouched it very well. And so the Scott going, but after really putting some blows on the St. Vincent bowlers. So another wicket going down, but St. Lucia just 12 runs away from a victory. And as we know, they are batting deep. And so a victory is just around the corner.
Surely, with the fall of Shadrach's wicket, there should be or shouldn't be any cause for concern because this St. Lucian team, they bat way down. All the guys who are part of this team today are well known for their batting abilities. So there are no concerns at the moment. It's just 11 runs required of 151 balls. So far, they've batted brilliantly. 201 runs for the loss of 4 wickets. We're still one ball shy of 25 overs being bowled. John Ellis at the non-strikers end. He is 46 of 45. He would love to get to half century. The new batsman out there for St. Lucia is Tariq Edward, as he has one more ball to face in this Haywood over. And he defends this one well. A sigh of relief from Jonel, perhaps. He gets to face the first ball of the next over. He is on 46 of 45. Tariq has faced the one delivery, is yet to score. This total is 201 runs off for the loss of 4 wickets. St. Vincent, on the other hand, they would really want to make St. Lucia sweat for those last 11 runs. As we see a bowling change for St. Vincent, Lewis is replaced by the captain that looks like Asif Hooper. His left arm over the wicket, and he will be bowling to John L. Eugene, who is on 46 runs, 4 runs away from a half century. 11 runs for victory for the St. Lucian team. Hooper goes past the umpire now, flies this one, and John L. drives this ball into the cover region. They go through for 1. Takes his score to 47. St. Lucia now require 10 runs to win. Required rate is not a cause for concern. It's less than a run over. Tariq Edward comes into strike. He will face Asif Hooper. Asif Hooper has really had a hard time with the ball. His first over went for 19 runs. As he comes into Tariq, almost gets bowled off the bottom edge. He goes back to a ball, a delivery that kept low. Try to punch that one, almost getting bowled off the bottom edge there. He will be better advised to play forward to those deliveries that are keeping low. As Hooper continues, this one he makes the correction. He is forward and defends well. But there's no run. The score remains on 202 for 4. John L is on 47 at the non-strikers end. 10 runs to win for St. Lucia as Hooper comes into Tariq. This one is worked into the leg side, and the batsmen go through for 1. Takes the score up to 203. 9 runs for victory. John L is on 47, Joe.
Yes, and he have a good chance to get his 50 in this over. And that will be a very good 50 for him and welcome back to form for John L. Eugene.
Yes, a good inning so far. As Hooper comes into John L. Again, he opens the face. This one runs down to the third man boundary. Courtois gives chase. The batsmen go through for 1 and they come back for another. 2 more runs added to the total. John L moves within 1 of his half century. He's on 49. He scored 205 for 4. A further 7 more runs required for victory. Hooper 1 more ball in his second over. As John L defends this one, punches this one down to long on, completes the single and brings up his half century. A very good, very mature knock from the young man, guiding his team through the middle period of their innings, showing some maturity. He was tested early on in his innings with that short ball from Tijon Pope. He handled that well. He was dropped without scoring, I believe. But he has battled his way to a fantastic half century. 50 of 48 deliveries. Another bowling change for the St. Vincent team as Maloney takes up the attack and he will be bowling to John L. He drives this one into the covers all along the ground again. 1 more run added to the total. The score goes up to 207 for 4. John L is on 51. Tariq comes in to strike. It's to Maloney, flighted. And he's edged this one and he's gone. A big swipe by Tariq, going for glory. With just 5 runs required for victory, he tried to complete it in 1 ball. And he edges this one. And he gives Maloney a wicket.
Not intelligent batting at all from Tariq Edward. Just 5 more runs, well, you said, Dexter? 5 more runs for victory. And you're there with John L. Eugene, who's well set on 50. And you're going for a mighty heave outside the off stump and being caught in the slips. So, Not the wicket going down, but not sensible batting at all from Tariq Edward.
Tariq on that occasion must have been thinking of 6 runs, win the game. Poor execution on his behalf, on his part. Only succeeding in getting an edge and well caught at slip by Asif Hooper. So Desron Molini, he's bowled 2 balls. He's picked up 1 wicket and gone for 1 run. The score 207 for 5. John L. Eugene, he is on 51 of 49 deliveries. And the new batsman, number 75 for St. Lucia, that is Jaden Elibox. The left-handed Jaden Elibox comes out with 5 runs needed, 142 deliveries left in the innings. Surely it's not going to take much longer to knock over these 5 runs. As Jaden gets ready to face up to Maloney. He's picked up a wicket in his second delivery. The offside is reinforced. Fielder comes from the onside. He's placed sitting mid off region as Maloney flights this one, and Jaden hikes this one all the way for 6. And that is victory for the St. Lucian team. This one was flighted by Maloney. And Jaden Elibox, he needed no second invitations. He hit that one long and high over the long on region. 6 runs, 213 for 5. Victory for St. Lucia, and a very good one.
A comprehensive victory by the St. Lucians over St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And that's the second victory in the tournament. As we said yesterday, they beat Grenada at the Darren Semi World Cricket Ground, and today between St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So a good showing by the St. Lucians, and they will be very happy. And is back to Dexter.
Yeah, so a comprehensive victory here by the St. Lucia team against St. Vincent today. Early on, we saw that St. Vincent, they were asked to take first knock, and they were bowled out in the 40th over for 211. Doing the damage for St. Lucia with the ball, we had Keon Gaston. He picked up a 5-wicket haul. He bowled with extreme control and looked really good. The St. Vincent batters, they were not able to build any partnerships. And the St. Lucians, they capitalized on that, picking up wickets in vital intervals to break the back of the St. Vincent batting attempt. Desron Maloney, he put his hand up for the Vincentians. He got to 60. Asif Hooper also contributed some runs in the lower order. But clearly, the total that they put on the board was not enough. At St. Lucia's turn at the wicket, we saw a devastating partnership between Akim Ogis and Noel Leo. This really took the life out of the Vincentian bowlers and fielders. Quite surprisingly, we saw only 2 overs of pace being bowled by St. Vincent on a wicket which at their turn at the wicket, which seemed to have some life for the pace bowlers. We only saw BB and Tijon Pope bowling pace out of a total of 25 overs. All the rest of the overs were bowled by spinners. Akim Ogis and Noel Leo took a liking to the spinners from the St. Vincent team. Then Shadrach Descat and John L. Eugene, they really consolidated out in the middle with a 60-run partnership to take the team home. And the icing on the cake, really, Jaden Elibox with 5 runs needed, hitting that delivery high and far over the long on region for 6. So St. Vincent, as I told you, they were bowled out for 211 runs in 39.1 overs. Desmond Maloney, he got to 61 of 71. Asif Hooper, he got to 44 of 58. And Kieran Kotoy, 32 of 29. Doing the damage for St. Lucia, we had Keon Gaston. He picked up 5 wickets for 45 runs in his 10 overs. Shawnil Edward, he bowled two. He bowled 6.1 overs and picked up 2 wickets for 36 runs. And Jaden Eli Box, he continued his impressive work with the ball. He bowled 7 overs, picked up 1, and conceded 25 runs. St. Lucia, had, in their response, made light work of the target. 213 for the loss of 5 wickets. 2 of those wickets would seem probably gifted to the Vincentians. Doing the damage for St. Lucia, we had Noel Leo. He had 55 of 37 deliveries. John L. Eugene, he was not out on 51 of 49 deliveries, really stabilized the middle part of the chase for St. Lucia. And Akim Ogis, he got off to a flyer, 48 of just 27 deliveries. The bowling for St. Vincent, like I mentioned earlier, we saw quite a number of overs being bowled by the spinners. Jeremy Yewood, he bowled 10 overs, took 2 for 86. Desmond Maloney, he is up there in the bowling charts as well. He bowled 3 deliveries, picked up 1 wicket, and conceded 7 runs. And Tijon Pope, the other pace bowler, apart from BB, he bowled 2 overs, picked up 1 wicket for 20 runs. So St. Lucia winning quite comfortably in the end, their second consecutive victory. We'll have some comments from Joe. That's it from us here today.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dexter. So a comprehensive victory by St. Lucia. They played the better cricket in all aspect of the game, and so they were the victors. So on behalf of Dexter, Jamal, and the cameraman, and the scorers, and the Eldridge, this is Joseph St. Math signing off. Pass comment.
Brian and these men.
Oh,
They were
Ryan.
saying that like if we use like John L. He say he would
Mhm.
say they say like hearing it there and it's going all across the world. It's not